All right, all right, all right. It is Friday night, and we already know Friday night is what? Drink in hand. So all of you guys, all you ladies out there, make sure you got your favorite elixir, your favorite beverage, smoothies. I don't care if you got you a juiceable. I don't care what you got. Make sure you got you a drink in hand. I don't care if it's your favorite agua, favorite water. Make sure you got a drink in hand, because tonight, I'm telling you, fellas, we got a good one. We got a good one, guys. Tonight, we're going to talk about long distance relationships, because I know a lot of you guys have been. What's up, Neon? I know a lot of you guys have been kind of like pondering over in either in a long distance relationship for the past couple of years or off and on, or you've been criticized for having a long distance relationship. Somebody had something to say, man, you what? You got you a girl in DR, you over here in the state, man, she's smashing somebody hitting that. Well, we're going to bring up some guys a little later that have been in long distance relationships at one point in time or another, or had relationships while they were there in that country. We're going to talk about that. And then even some of these guys have recently gotten engaged, as well as they've also been married. So some of these guys have been married for a while as well. So we're going to talk about that. Long distance relationships, can they work out? And if they can, how the hell do you do it? How do you make a long distance relationship actually work out? We're going to talk about that today on Love Crossing Borders. I'm your boy, Andre. I'm on your team. I don't care what they got to say about us in the social media. I don't care what they say, what the ladies say on the female blogs and female YouTube channels. I got your back. I'm your dude. I'm not going to give up on us, because if they've given up on us, we all we got. Fellas, if the ladies have given up on us, we got to admit we all we got. So we got to stick together as men. Make sure you click that like button. I like you. Make sure you like me too. Let me see how this sounds. I'm going to turn the volume up a minute. There we go. That audio sounds pretty good. Pretty good. Let me know if I freeze or anything, guys. I'm going to get a shout outs in a second. My drink tonight is going to be some of the salted Crown. I got a little bit of salted Crown Royal left that you guys brought. Another brother brought me another bottle of salted Crown. Anytime you guys come to Cali, Colombia, you already know what to bring. Bring some Crown with you. Dre, you want anything from the States? Yes. Alcohol. Bring liquor. Okay? Anything from the States. All right. And with this Crown, I kind of mixed it with some, right now, I just mixed it with a little bit of Colombia creamer. And that tastes pretty good. Cologne for the night. Like I keep telling some of you dudes, I don't know why some of y'all ain't getting the message. I don't know. Y'all watching everything else on YouTube. Y'all watching my brother Austin. Y'all watching the Passport Bros. But y'all don't seem to want to listen when I say women in South American countries love a good smelling man. If you don't pack nothing else, what do I always say? Condoms, cologne, clothes, common sense, and your cash. Those are the 5 C's that you should be bringing. Do not leave your common sense in customs. And part of having your common sense is making sure that you have cologne. Tonight's cologne that I'm going to be rocking tonight. Oh, yeah. That's a good one, too. I've had this for a while. That's the Izzy Miyake Pulse of the Night. You can tell I've had that bottle for a while. The Izzy Miyake. Even the eye is kind of dulled out a little bit. Pulse of the Night. I'm telling you, this is one of those colognes. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Give me a second. This is what I'll do. Let's pour these out. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to go over some all-season colognes for a minute. You can wear it during the daytime. You can wear them in the gym. You can wear them, if you wear them with a fox, you can wear them near a box. Can you wear them in a chair? You can wear them over there. These are colognes that you can wear any time of the year. I know colognes are summertime colognes, meaning that they're not as strong, so they give us a big pulse during the summer. Some colognes are wintertime colognes. and that means that the cologne is really strong and you can't wear it in the summertime because it just pulsates too much in the summer, so you can wear it in the winter. These are colognes that you can wear anytime, very inexpensive, and most of these are under $50. That Allure Sport On. I'm telling you, it's a really, you see that little bottle, you can take it in your travel case with you. That's a cologne, man, that you can wear. It's one of the well-known colognes. It's always been inexpensive. You can find this with colognes. You can find this in Kohl's. You can find this in Target. That Allure is one of them. Anytime, it's a great cologne. It's one of those colognes you can put in your pocket. I like the pocket size because you can put it in your pocket and you be at the club. Ski, ski. Bada bing, bada boom. You're still smelling good. The other one, that Club Nui. Oh, man. That intense man, you got to get that one. This is, if you can afford, which a lot of dudes can, to spend $300 to $500 on a bottle of Creed Aventus. This is the #1 Creed Aventus clone of all time. This right here. If you can't get the Creed bottle that I got up there, get this one. The Club de Nuit. Intense Men. I'm telling you, this one year round. And what I like about it, it's not as potent as the Creed Aventus. It's a twin. Smells just like it. Less than $50. But you can wear this year round. This is one you can wear to bed. You're like, I want to make up, I'm about to get this. I'm about to get this lady in the bed. We're about to do some magical things with this bed. You want to rock this. You can rock this with a t-shirt. You can rock this with a suit. Doesn't matter. Next one on the list, the classic, one of the top colognes of all time, Blue Chanel. Man, come on, man. Come on. Blue Chanel, fresh out the shower, no matter what time of the day it is. All these colognes, the other thing is, these are no matter what time of the day it is. 6 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock at night, you can rock these colognes. Summertime or wintertime. That's the cool thing. You can have your big jacket on, your 555 Goose hoodie, and she gonna still smell you with these colognes. And they're all under $50. That Blue Chanel, man, if you're a cologne collector at all, if you ain't got Blue Chanel in your arsenal, man, you're doing something real wrong. Because this should be like one of your #1 colognes for every man. Every human male on this planet from birth should get some Blue Chanel. There should be no reason why you say, I got colognes. You got Blue Chanel? No, why you ain't got Blue Chanel? So definitely you want to get that. And like I said, that Issey Miyake Pulse of the Night, I'm telling you, brothers, this is a cologne that smells so outside the box, but at the same time is not potent. And that's what these year-round colognes are. They're not too potent. You can wear them and not fit. For example, I got one for you. Actually, I got two for you. Anybody that's ever had the Creed Silver Mountain or the Creed Irish Tweed, let's see if we get that. There we go. Creed Irish Tweed. You know, when you put these on, you're going to be smelled from afar. They're excellent colognes, but they are only good for the wintertime or at night when it's cooler in a cooler city. Because if you wear these in the heat, man, these things project too much. That's why you can't wear everything all the time. Some of y'all got some colognes that are just too strong. I would not wear any of these Creed. An Irish Tweed is just fantastic. Silver Mountain, excellent. Creed Aventus, great. But do not make the mistake of thinking that just because it protrudes that ladies are going to like it. I remember, I kid you not, I never forget this. I'm on the dance floor here in Colombia. I got on Creed Irish Tweed, smelling good. I started dancing, and it's throwing. is so strong. Even I can't. And I'm having a good time dancing, but I'm thinking to myself, if I can't take this, and I didn't put on much, if I can't take the smell of this Creed Irish tweed on this dance floor because it's not made for heat, I know she's smelling it, and people on the other side of the dance floor are smelling it. Only those people probably appreciate it on the other side, but right in front of my vicinity, it was just too strong. But these other colognes that I just mentioned, you could put these on, you could rock the dance floor away, brothers. I'm telling you. I am telling you, I'm give you some game. Women in South America, rule number one: if you walk up on, I don't care if you in Brazil, I don't care if you in Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay, Venezuela. I don't care if you in Chile, or even if you all the way on the coast and you're in Guyana. Here in South America, if you don't smell good, yeah, that ain't gonna work for them. You might as well pull your money out your pocket and pay for it. You might as well go get you some pay for play. Yeah, go get you some pay for play. Because regular women, they don't want no funky dude. They do not want no funky dude. All right, guys. We're going to have our guests come on in a second, but right now I'm about to do some shout outs. You guys in here. We got Charles in the building. He said clocking in as one in clock, or as I clock in. Everyone be sure to hit that, like Charles said, hit that like button on your way in. I like you guys. Click that notification as well, just like Charles says. We got Neo in the building. Or is that Neon? All right. What's up, Dre? Just paying respect with a like. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do, guys. You guys don't think about that. The like buttons let us know that you're inviting other people to the channel, because that's how YouTube works. You're inviting other people to the channel. All right. Stefano in the building. Buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. All right. Global Paper, y'all already know what it's about. Brazil or die, models and bottles. That's what it's all about, brother. Good people right there. All right. From water to whiskey. Oh. I'm going to showcase it next week. One of you brothers brought me a bottle of whiskey. And beautiful bottle. Beautiful whiskey. I know this whiskey. But as soon as I saw that bottle, I was like, he said, there you go, brother Dre. I know you like your drinks. Here's a gift from me to you. And I looked in that bag. I was like, Jesus, thank you. Thank you, Lord. So yeah, I'm going to showcase that one next week. I'm not going to open it, but I'm going to showcase it. So some of you guys that don't know what this particular drink is, you might want to get it for your collection if you collect drinks. All right, let's scroll down. Crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, PPI in the building. My man. What's up, brother? Eddie in the building, as well as the African Wolf, man. I like that name, boy. I'm jealous of that name. I swear I wish I came with that name. Listen, I'd have moved to Ghana like everybody else doing just to get that name. What's your name, Andre? My name ain't Andre no more. I'm Andre the African Wolf. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. The one, the only. Black by Design is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a live stream if it's not Black by Design in the building. What's up, coach? No drinking hand yet. On my way. Give me about 45 minutes. Shout out to the chat. All right. We got one of our guests here already. But like I said, I'm going to focus on you guys for this moment in time. Big Dave is in the building. Salute, my brother. Salute. All right. Mad Dollars. Okay. It's on now. Okay. We're doing it like this tonight. We got Mad Dollars in the building as well. All right. Let me step out of the way. Yeah. 3 cheers. Salute. All right. Everybody got the drinks. I got a question for you guys. I was going to do it in a survey, but I want to just ask you guys directly. Put a 1 in the chat if you can do a long distance relationship. I'm talking about 6 months or more. If you, let's say you met somebody in Colombia, or you met her in Bolivia, or you met her in DR, you met her in Trinidad, or if you just met her on the other side of the United States, could you do a long distance relationship? You know, with 6 months, maybe, you know, she'll move to where you are, you'll move to where she is. But could you do 6 months or even a year? Let's put it at a year. Put a 1 in the comment section if you can do it. Put a 2 in the comment section. You're like, man, I can't do it, Dre. 6 months long distance? I don't know if I can do it. Homies in the building. Let me know, guys. Put a 1 in the comment section if you can do it. Victory's in the building. My man, my right-hand man, that's my dude. Drink in hand. All right. He's doing big right there. There we go. All right. All right. For muscle recovery. See what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking, guys. Even if you got your favorite protein drink, your whatever it is that you're drinking, enjoy yourself. We got Jay Fleming. Make sure you guys subscribe to Jay Fleming's channel, especially if you guys make sure that you even reach out to Jay and become part of his Facebook. Follow him on Facebook because he does some excellent live stream. You talking about, brother, you think I stay suited? That brother stay clean. And he always have something good to say, man. If you want to just listen to some grown folks, grown men conversation, make sure you follow my man Jay. He's in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. All right, Mad Dollars, once again, us black men who are traveling or plan to travel must stick together. Yes, we got, brothers. This week showcased it. This week showcased it that we got. So let me get through all these super. Oh, we got cash apps too. Kings in the building. My man Jam Master J is the one in charge. All right, okay. Salute. Great topic tonight. I've been with Paisa for almost 3 años. 3 años, mi amigos. Oh, yeah. All right. In other words, let me see if I got it right. If I can say it in Spanish. Con paisa para, I don't know what almost is. 3 años. I think I got that right. Con paisa. Con paisa para, I don't know what almost is. I got to get that almost. There we go. Victory says, rocking with Dre tonight. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be fire. I got some good guys up in here. I got some good guys there. I'm looking back at one of the brothers. He got his drinking hand already. That's what I'm talking about. Let me bring this man up right now.
Yeah.
Bring this man up right now. We got my man, one and only Marcus from the wonderful up and coming channel, man. Make sure you guys subscribe. We're gonna put his channel I'm gonna put his channel in the comment section for you guys to subscribe to his channel. This is my man Marcus from Love, Purpose, and Passports. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. He and his wife have one of the funnest channels that I've watched over it's been a couple years since somebody's caught my eye. I kid you not. It's been a couple years, man. I think the last dude that caught my eye was Mr. O. Mr. O is living. The young dude, he does fashion. And Andre and I came across you guys at the same time, and you and your wife videos, man, when you guys first started, and man, you guys are doing excellent work. Keep on pumping it out. How's your night going,
bro? So far, so good. It looked like I'm in the place with drinking had Dre. It's been a minute, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I usually see you on the screen, but I get to, finally salute with you.
Well, yeah, we do. Salute. All right. Let everybody know where you are right now.
Okay, as Dre said, my welcome to everybody. You know what I mean? Hope everybody's passport ready and getting passport ready. I am Mr. Pro for You on my channel, and our channel is Love, Purpose, and Passports. We are living, me and my wife, my beautiful Dominicana, we're living in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. My
favorite city there.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, man, favorite city. The Arepas. Oh, my God. Y'all got some good arepas down there, man.
Yes,
I don't even think about it. It's kind of funny. We went all over the country. We never stepped foot in Sosua. We actually, once we got to Puerto Plata, we stood, I hope I pronounced it correctly, we stayed there for a week, and we actually went back to finish off another week in Santo Domingo.
That's how it's done.
We really enjoyed ourselves down there.
When you speak in French, that we, Ain't no need to set no foot in San Domingo. I mean, in Sosua. Yeah, no need to. You're already situated.
All right. Well, we about to go through these topics. I mean, go through these chats, and then we're gonna get to the topic tonight. Let me make sure the other brother got his link. I got a couple other guys that's coming on with us as well, so I'll make sure that they're okay. And then we're gonna go ahead and All right, cool. All right. So we got my man Ransom in the house. He says that blue Chanel is a good one. It is, dude. Blues, if you don't have nothing, if you don't have a cologne collection, you don't know what the hell to get. If you don't know what you want your girl to get you on your birthday, a holiday, Valentine's Day coming up, blue Chanel. I'm telling you, it's such a great universal. White brothers, Asian brothers from Cambodia can get away with this. I'm telling you, this is one of those colognes, man. Year round, you can wear it to the gym and you can be sweating and it still doesn't protrude too much. But when the female walk past you, oh, she gonna do that double take. Oh yeah, oh, he married. Dang, he smell good. See what I'm saying?
Married men smell good.
All right, man. Let's see what Terrell said. Terrell's in the building, my man. He says, hello, everyone. Big brother Dre. He said, I'm ready. Soak in the knowledge. Hey, tonight's topic, guys, remember, we got 55 in the chat. Make sure we got 55 in the like. Let me know if I freeze at all, guys. And also, tonight's topic is about long distance relationship and how to also have a successful relationship and marriage in the Dominican Republic. Because the reason why I brought this topic is up because for the last 3 years, I've been hearing dudes crying and whining about can't find no real love in DR. All the women in DR are this, or all the women in DR. And I'm like, where you going? Sosua. So you ain't never been south, huh? You ain't never so the capital. You ain't never been to the capital, huh? So you ain't never been to none of the cities in the middle, huh? So
it's hard to go when you're over there getting chose.
Right. Let me ask you this before I go back into the comments. Why do you think that after so many videos of disappointment in Sosua, that dudes continue to go to Sosua? Why do you think that?
Well, I know why. Because hearing about it and stepping off that plane and experiencing it is two different things. You know, you can hear about like, oh no, I don't want to go and I don't want to go, but you know, I don't want to end up caught up with this one. I'm not going, man, when you step off and you see all those beautiful women, you know, and especially if it's your first trip or two, it's going to blow your mind. I used to tell dudes, look, you're going to get your wig split, not in a bad way, in a good way. You're going to get your lobotomy because you won't see things the same after that. But, you know, there's a reason why we're traveling. We're traveling for the women, you know, so much for the women we heard about for a different selection. You see what I'm saying? Right. But if that's your first experience, I mean, you got to battle with sensory overload because especially if you've never been to DR, you're about to see the most beautiful women, you know, available, coming at you like you're a celebrity. You know, my cousin first told me when I first touched down, he said, look, if you don't want her, don't look her in the eye. Because if you do, you have a better chance of getting rid of the flu than you have of getting rid of her.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. My pick this year for Miss Universe was Miss Dominican, Dominican Republic.
Right.
She was. When you guys get a chance, go see Miss Dominican Republic in the Miss Universe pageant. Jet black hair, all the way. The tan, bad, flawless. When I say flawless, is you know I'm around beauty. That sister was flawless, and I'm looking at all of them. I was like, okay, my first one was like Costa Rica, but then I chose South Africa. But then when I saw DR walk through, I was like, ugh. Oh, I said Miss DR killed because me and Andre actually watched their gown. You know, when they walk through with the gowns, we watched that together. And we were
Okay.
kind of choosing who we thought was like the best one. And Miss Colombia this year came in third place. Miss Venezuela came in second place. And they chose Miss United States as first place for Miss Universe. It was like, what? No, she wasn't like that. Okay. So we're still talking about colognes for a second. Give the other guys a few seconds to come back in, but then we're going to get started. He says, I just purchased Versace Eros. Yeah, that Versace Eros is right back here. Hold on. Okay. We got that Versace Eros. That's another one that you definitely need to have for your collection. And we got that Versace Eros Flame. So, yeah, you definitely want to get that one for your collection as well, guys. Yes, definitely. You guys picking out some good choices. Blue Chanel, that Allure. I got the Allure Sport and I got the Allure Homme. And that Cartier. That's way back there, too. That's back there. Good choices. Y'all guys picking out some good ones, man. All right. Dolce & Gabbana, the one. That's one of like, I had that one, the one. I ran through that one so fast, man. You ain't lying, man. The Dolce & Gabbana, the one was Jeremy Fragrance on YouTube. He got 2 million subscribers. And that was his favorite cologne for like 4 years. That Dolce & Gabbana, the one, for real. Charles says, even if you're paying for it, at least take a shower. Yes. Don't forget to wash your butt. For real. It's called grooming, guys. Chopper Pa, we out here tonight in the building. All right. My man, see, I got a YL is in the building. Yo, Dre, did you check out how do you pronounce that? Blazing Mr. Smith Cologne. Oh, let me write that one down. Let me write that one down, because you know I'm always on learner mode, brother. Let me write that one down, because I will definitely check it out. Mr. Sam Cologne. Okay, good looking out. He says, he said, hey Dre, that new mic you got. Yeah, that's the new microphone. Let me know how it's okay. So most guys say that Victory says I could do long-term relationship. This is going to introduce us to a Ray in the building. Like Andre say, Ray. Okay, we got ones. So everybody could do like a year. At least do a year. He said, I'm currently doing one. All right. We got ones. Okay, cool. Since April last year. See, that's what I'm talking about. The reason why both of us brought this topic up, especially for DR and being in Colombia, we both at one point in time were in long distance relationships, correct?
That's correct.
How long, like the question was asked to us on, shout out to my man, No Excuse Entertainment. Make sure you subscribe to his channel, No Excuse Entertainment. He asked us the question when we were on his show a couple weeks ago. How long was it between the time period we really start taking our relationship serious with our wives, and how long was it between the time period that we started, shout to Chopper Pa, we started actually asking our wives to marry us or get to that point of marriage? In my case, it was 3 years. It was 3 years. And Marcus, let them know what your situation was.
7 years.
7 years of long distance off and on relationships. We're going to talk about in details. Yeah. So we're going to hear what Marcus has to say in regards to that. But first, we're going to straight from Brazil. My man, the college graduate himself.
Thank you.
Chopper Pa.
What's up? What's going on, everybody?
Tonight,
what's going on, chat? Love and purpose.
Salute.
Dre, my brother. Happy Friday, first off, everybody.
Happy Friday.
All right. What you drinking?
I'm drinking some wine tonight, man. I'm chilling.
Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing like having a chill night. Believe you me.
I know I told you guys happy Friday, but as X-Pass is like every day is Friday, man. I have to ask somebody what day it is.
You don't stop preaching.
Hey, it's a Friday, whatever you want it to be. Just pick one.
I know, right? I like how you put it. Friday's when you want it to be. Just pick one.
Hey, amen to that.
Amen to that, man. And that's so serious, man. It feels so good to I know this much. When I was in the States, I wasn't smiling this much. I wasn't laughing this much. I mean, I smile if I heard a comedian on TV, and I laughed if somebody told a good joke, but I just smile and laugh just to be smiling and laughing. Now that I'm not in the States anymore, you know, it's just amazing. Let me ask you guys, how long has it been since you guys actually went back to the States itself? Some of you guys maybe a couple of months, some of you guys maybe a couple of years.
Last time I was in the States was right before Thanksgiving 2021.
Wow.
2021, because this is November, December, January, Thanksgiving 2021, right before Thanksgiving.
Well, what am I talking about? The last time I was there was December of 2021 for 2 days. What about you? What Chop? You go back and forth.
Yeah, I was last there in October for my daughter's birthday, and
that's right. That's right. How's she doing?
Yeah. She's doing great.
There we go.
Smart as hell.
I know, right? Taking after her dad, college graduate.
Yes, sir. Amen to that.
That's right.
Nah, but even going back, when I go back, you know, just for her birthday, I like count down, knowing like, okay, her birthday's coming. Spend my time, do what I gotta do, and then I'm out. Even that, bro, is just like the anxiety of like, no, okay, damn, I gotta be in New York for X amount of days. All right, maybe if I distract myself, if I do this Tuesday for X amount of hours, then I'm left with, you know, I do the math, like the crazy people math, like, you know, when people are counting down their next vacation. So that's it. That's how I feel.
Like punishment, you know, you gotta, even though you're going for the right thing, you're like, man, you know, you gotta try to slice it up and figure out like, man, how can I get in and get out? You know what I mean? If we get there.
And I thought it was just, I'm glad that you guys are saying that, because I really thought it was just me, because I psychologically have to prepare myself to go to the States. It's for me, going to the United States now is like holding my breath. Mm-hmm. It's like when we went and watched Avatar last night, and not to be a spoiler alert, but in one part of the movie, they all had to learn to breathe underwater. And so it's like, and I go underwater as long as I can. And when I come out, I'm back into whatever country I want to be in. Or I feel like when I go to the United States, and nothing putting down the United States, I love the United States, and we all do. Mm-hmm. But I feel like I'm in Stranger Things upside down world too. Mm-hmm. So I go into upside down world like the kids, and then when I leave the United States, I flip back up to the real world.
Yep.
You know, what's funny is when we were still in the States, when it was time to take a trip to, for me, DR, for you, Colombia, DR, Chapel Park, you were going back then. You know, that glow you had and that spark in your eye when it's time to go and you count down, all that. I mean, now that it's reversed, it's not the same. You know what I mean?
It's not.
To go back.
It's
you know,
not.
does it? You know, we come back there for even coming for vacation back then, coming for, it was always that's the highlight. Getting ready, counting down everything, nothing else matter. Getting ready to take this trip. I ain't trying to hear nothing. Matter of fact, I'm not going nowhere. I'm not really trying to talk to too many people. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what's happening. But going back is not the same spark. It doesn't matter how long you've been gone. You know, there's not, even though you're going for the right things. Don't get me wrong. You know, we got to go for certain things, but there's not that same spark on the reverse trip. And right. It never was, though, even when it was time to go.
Right. It's kind of funny that I got one more question before we get to the topic. Is it just me, or do you feel like Patrick Swayze? You feel like a ghost when you are in the United States. You just can't relate to anything anymore. It's like, I feel like Captain America, like they didn't just chop me out of ice and I'm in the United States, and it's like a whole new, I can't, even if I'm been going for just a couple years, and a lot of things, maybe a little bit of change, but it just, I think I've changed so much that I really can't relate to much. So I'm kind of like, I find myself kind of like floating around the United States. I'm speaking to people, saying hi, laughing and so forth. But a lot of times I find myself being reclusive. A couple times my boy had to ask me, Dre, you all right? You want another beer, dog? I'm cool, dog. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. You ain't want to try, I know you're mad, but you ain't trying to, dance with the ladies and nothing, dog. No, I'm all right, bro. I'm cool, man. I'm cool. I found myself being really and not doing it on purpose. And I might be having a good time, but I'm just doing it by myself, just in a little mental bubble, man. Is it just, am I like that? Or do your family find you like somewhat reclusive at times as well? Or do you just find yourself being like that?
Nah, they know like you're like that, and most of the time, family and friends will try to reintegrate you back into the flow of the United States or whatever they do out there. Like, damn, you remember we used to do this, so you don't miss that, or like, yo, you came out here, you don't visit nobody, you don't drive 2 hours to go see your art or whatever. You just a homebody, you just come for your business and you leave. Well, some of that, let's go out. I'm like, nah, man. Listen, when I go back to the States, I spend too much money. I'm around. People want me to go visit them, but here I am when I was living in the DR before, and I had a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm like, yo, y'all could come visit me. Y'all don't need an Airbnb, whatever it is. Just get your plane ticket. Nobody want to visit. As soon as you touch down in the States, like, yeah, man, back to the old days. You know, let's do this, let's do that. Let's reintegrate you back in that matrix. Man, forget that. I just go. It's like those old Beats commercials when you just get off the plane and you put your headphones on, you just walking.
Yeah.
Same
I
thing.
did. Yeah.
Now go ahead, Dre.
No. I want to hear what you had to say.
Well, no, I was saying you were saying like a ghost, and for me, it's just like you're a guest, you're a visitor. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you go here, and even though that might have been your normal stomping grounds and all that, now it's like you get there and you just kind of like you feel like a visitor, you know, and it doesn't matter whose house you're at. You know, you might be at, I might be in my parents' house, I might be at mom's house, I might be wherever, but it's always like a countdown, to get, to catch that flight and get back. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's like you were saying, it's not the same, like it used to be, because our life is somewhere else now.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of funny because I feel like I'm vacationing while I'm in the States. Not a fun vacation. I feel like I'm just, okay, I'm here for the family reunion. I'm gonna be here for a couple of days, and then I'm going back. That's how I feel.
And then it's trip because you got to hype up your energy, and you're really not hyped like that.
Yeah,
that's why I said when it used to be the other way around. When you get ready to go, that's all energy. Hyped. It can't wait to get there. Get out the country, get where you go, get to your destination. You're going 100 miles an hour because your time is limited. Come back, and back then, when you come back, the spark is gone. You know what I'm saying? You're back now, and it's all about you're getting back to the States, and it's like, dang, all right, I'm back here. And let's get ready for this next trip.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Let's get ready to talk about, also when you talk about get ready, let's get ready to talk about tonight's topic, because tonight's topic is a good one. As I was saying, guys, when it comes to traveling, you may find or meet that special person, and each one of us on this panel are either in a relationship or have either been in a relationship. These guys have been in relationships in the Dominican Republic, so they can definitely tell you what it's like, how to establish a stable relationship with somebody in DR. I often hear people complain about, well, Dominican women only really want Dominican men. That's not necessarily true all the time. All women don't think the same. Well, they only want you for the money, or they just want you for a green card, or when they get to the States, they gonna change. We've heard all the cliches, all of us. But at the end of the day, let me make sure that we're not freezing. But at the end of the day, are those cliches true or not? Because if they were true, these men would not be an example, and they know other men that are married or in relationships. They would not be the example of success in DR. So I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. First of all, when it came to the type of women in DR, now that you guys have experience, now that you're looking back in hindsight, whether it be your case, your wife, or any other person, what type of women do you suggest that men go after, and what type of women, starting with Chopper Pie, and we're going to anchor with you, Marcus, what type of women do you guys recommend, whether they accept the suggestion or not? What do you guys recommend the type of women that they kind of stay away from if they're looking for a relationship?
So
in DR?
with my experience from DR, I would say number one on that list, tens cause headaches.
Say it again.
Everybody is so infatuated. Man, I need me a body. I need me a dime piece. Is that? Listen, Mercedes cars comes with Mercedes maintenance, and that maintenance is a headache. So I would say just have your standards in order. Like, it's not all about the looks. It's not all about it is about what she do, because you don't want a choppy adora a relationship or anything like that. But number one, guys go over there and like my brother was saying earlier, when they get off the plane, their eyes just it's like they're attracted to the sight and they don't care what comes with it after. So just for me, it'll be like, don't focus too much on the looks, focus on the character, the person. What are they bringing to your life? How are they enhancing your life? You're not with them for your money, gentlemen. We get that, but it's not just about the sex. What are they bringing plus the sex? The sex is a bonus, but how are they enhancing your time, your way of living in the Dominican Republic when you're visiting or when you're living there? So those things are important.
And okay, Marcus.
I mean, I would say, for me, you need to have a woman that's like about something, besides looks. She can. I don't think everybody is going to find a woman that has a corporate job or has, that is on that level, but she needs to be doing something. She needs to be about something, because here's what happens. Most of the time, where do dudes get introduced to DR at? Everybody gets introduced to DR in Thunderdome, where you're gonna step off and see things you never seen before. So now, like when you step off and it's your first time going to DR and you in Sosua or areas similar to that, you only functioning on emotions. Your logic is out the window. I don't care who you are, what you think. Men greater than you it's happened to, men lesser than you it's happened to. And so when you see that, in that little area, it's like your mind is blown, because first of all, you're experiencing what you've been hearing for all this time before you got there, So now what ends up happening most of the time is dudes end up getting chose instead of them doing the choosing, because you're on a different type of time. You emotional. You never seen this before, and I don't care what dudes say. I'm a player. I did this before. You haven't did this before until you did this. It don't matter what you say.
That's a good point.
Because if that's the case, then what makes this so so different? What makes it so great? If that's the case, because that's where everybody starts. In these certain cities that are more tourist friendly, because most people don't just show up in another country for the adventure and just venture off where there's no other people like you. There's nobody else that speaks your language. Everybody's not built like that. So that's the first place where you end up heading in the wrong direction right off the top. So for me, it's like, find a woman that's doing something. Don't find something that's in the tourist area, because if you're in the tourist area, you may get lucky, but what's the chances of that? So it's almost like a catch-22. Most people can't start off in an area that's not a tourist area, but you start off there, get your hair blown and get your mind blown, Freudian slip, and then regroup, and then start looking if you're about a relationship, because a lot of times are dudes really coming for relationships. Dudes won't even admit that they're coming for relationships. They come in like,
why do you think that is? After you say your thought right there, that's a good segue, and I want to hear what Chop had to say about that also. Why do you think dudes feel that they have to lie about love, about I really came to DR, even if you come with your boys or by yourself, I really came to DR looking for love? but they lie about it and try to make it seem like they party dudes when they really ain't built like that. Why do you think that is, Marcus? Then we're going to anchor with the Chop. But I want you to also finish your thought, Marcus, before you even answer that if you want to.
Well, no, I can answer that. I can go into that. It's actually, because of us and the bravado, a lot of times dudes have the opportunity to live with a relationship with women in general when they go out of the country that they've never had before. And nobody wants to be categorized as a simp, or you fell in love, or oh man, because the truth of the matter is we usually don't start coming on these trips by ourselves.
True.
We usually come in with a group, at least a couple of people, and we usually introduced to it by someone who's already, came before. So it's already coming on that foot. But why do they kind of, to be honest, Dre, I think that happens even when you're in the States. What happens when you run with the homies, or you running with your friends,
That's
and
a
then
good
you
point.
all are somewhere and you meet someone special? What do you go through? Something similar. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I thought you was just gonna stick and move. You know what I mean? What you know? So, maybe it's just cultural for us. And then there's one other key element. There's one key thing about it. With the movement, I didn't start traveling during the movement. I didn't start coming out here during the movement. So it wasn't like I was angry on an exodus. At this point, with the Passport Bro movement and all that, they're leaving angry. They are making a point like, we done with this. So they're leaving on some, I'm done with relationships. And the majority of dudes, they just come into I think the movement has dudes less excited about, or they're less supportive of relationships, as opposed to leaving mad and finding yourself in another country. That's what I think.
Okay, so to piggyback off what Marcus said, I think it's a little bit of the bravado, and also word of mouth. Like, even for those people who haven't traveled in the States, you hear it like through little places, like, hey, love is different overseas in these countries, or in the Latin America country, especially us growing up in Black family households. We see the different type of love that comes across in the Latin families and those neighborhoods, right, and stuff like that. And as much as guys don't want to admit it, guys want that themselves one way or another. Guys want to be a part of that, especially those men who, mongers sometimes, but also grew up in broken homes. Most of it's psychological also. But I think that a lot has to do with like word of mouth. Like, you go to the DR and then you see things is a little bit different, or not just the DR, anywhere else in the world outside the US, and you see dating's different. You see how the women treat you different, how they engage with you. And that just like triggers something in men where it's like, you know what, I would be open to a relationship. I will be open to settling down because, I feel different here than I felt different in Florida or North Carolina or New York or wherever. So it's a mixture of those things.
Okay, great answers, guys. Let's go to the comment section, hear what the guys have to say here. Carl says, on point. I found my lady in Santo Domingo. The tourist areas are not the spot to find true love, just like you were saying. My man BFS or BFX says, too many dudes go out with the same mindset as in the States. This is true. This is definitely true. And they don't want to admit that they want a relationship. They still are deprogramming themselves. I had to go through that too with in many areas. Green pill, new start. Yeah. And Mervin says, they lie because the managers, excuse me, the mongers talk down on women and bros who want to find them someone. I have found that to be true. We're going to hit yours in a second, Stefano. I have found that to be true, whether it be on live streams or whether it be in person. It's your boys that try to tear you down the most. Your dudes, your right-hand dudes, your boys that's supposed to be on the passport bros will build you up to go get a passport, but tear you down when it's time to go look for love that they claim that we all as brothers with passports or as men with passports are trying to say. The reason why I brought that this portion up, and I'm glad that Mervin brought it up. Marcus, tell us about your first trip to DR and you came with your boys. Tell us about that trip, because you're a perfect example of this statement.
Well, yeah. My first trip, we came to well, we weren't staying in Sosua, but we were in Cabarete. So, Cabarete, Puerto Plata, they're all in the same area. And so my wife now, I met her online before the trip. And so, at the time, you online and you kind of online, you line them up, but the connection my wife and I had, especially because she spoke English, was a little stronger than, the norm, and so I'm putting it lightly when I say that. But for this particular trip, it wasn't my trip. I was invited on this trip. So, I let her know what's going on and, have her come down to see me. She jumped on the bus, on the Caribe. I don't remember if it was Caribe Tours or Metro, but she took the bus, across the island of Santo Domingo to, for us to have that first face to face. And, we enjoyed each other's company. Then it was time for her to go back. And, here we are, hello, Sosua and Classicos. I don't know if y'all remember Classicos, was on in Roomba. And so, that's the way it was. But what ended up happening was the next trip was with them. The next trip was with them. And so, I would see her during the trips. But, as the relationship, got serious, it's like, listen, I'm not trying to, hang out with y'all. And then I noticed a little bit of friction. Like, oh, you keep trying to, you're trying to hang out with her. You can't hang out with us no more. And you're trying to, like, nah, she's coming across this, across the island. And, and that's the thing about relationships and about recognizing who's for you, as a man, because see, it really takes you to get into your manhood to start a relationship, because that's yours. So as the relationship took off, I'm not getting off the airport in POP, which Puerto Plata. I'm getting off at SDQ in Santo Domingo.
Right, that's right.
But like I say, you run across friction with your people who introduce you to it, just the same as you run across friction at home with them. But it's up to you as a man. If it's your relationship, and if you're not able to step outside of your friends, you're not able to step outside of your family, you're not able to step out of outside influences, you're not ready for a relationship anyway.
Absolutely correct. Do you feel the same way, Cha?
Yeah, I feel the same way. And people listening to this live should understand, like, listen, if you're traveling to another country, you already went through the ordeal of booking your flight, booking your hotel, and you're still letting other people dictate how you should spend your time or how you should feel overseas, you got issues. You got issues. That's the same as putting your problems in your check bag and loading them up under the plane. But I do not want people to get it twisted with what Dre and Marcus are saying, right? If you really truly want to go somewhere to another country, find love, cool. But do not, and I say do not go looking in the wrong places at the wrong people. And you guys know what I'm talking about. Y'all expect to go to the red light district. Y'all expect to go to Sasuas or the clock towers and find a unicorn in a barn full of donkeys. It's not going to happen. And y'all set yourselves up most of the time. And it's tiring. It's very tiring to hear, like, oh, man, she was this, she was that. Y'all go over. I'm not saying go overseas and try to change a garden hoe into a kitchen knife. Nah, man. Look what Marcus said. Get away from the tourist zones. Get away from the red light districts. Find somebody, vet them, take your time, if that's what you want to do. But don't get up on a plane and let somebody else dictate how you feel in another country, unless it's something really, really stupid like that.
Yeah, and the same rules apply here in Colombia. If you steady rolling to Medellin and you're steady going to El Poblado, you know you ain't gonna find nothing good. Not because of Medellin, but because of El Poblado area, and you're going to the Parque Ayeres, you ain't gonna find nothing good. It's the party spot. It's not made for you to find the love of your life. We're gonna say that again. Tourist areas are not set up and not made for you to find somebody special that it might be the love of your life, just somebody that's cool that you could put in your phone book. And every time you come down to DR, she the one that can kind of show you around DR and different areas that you haven't known about. Those people are made to be in the good women are made to be in those club areas like that. Do they go out and party? Yeah. Can you meet a good one in the party or the club? Yeah. But the percentage, let's put it like this, guys. We're older men. We ain't got time to be playing with our percentage like we used to when we were kids. I'm gonna say that again. When we were 22, you can have a ball with your percentage. Didn't matter. If you had a good night, cool. If I didn't have a good night, cool. Now we're over 30, many of us over 40, some over 50. We do not have time to be playing with our percentage. So everything that you do when it comes to looking for somebody that's cool in your life, whether it be a cool homeboy, whether it be a cool female to put in your phone to show you around Italy, or whether it be somebody that's your special person, you do not have time to be, your percentages always need to be high, or opportunities always need to be high when it comes to finding people that you're going to put into your cell phone from now on in other countries. Everybody that's in my cell phone are people that I realize I have a high percentage of this person being able to be a good person in my life, whether it be my wife, whether it be her family, whether it be my homegirl D. If I need some help with something, she can show me in areas of Colombia that I can't get around myself. Always have somebody in your cell phone when you're traveling that could be a high percentage benefit and not just a low percentage, somebody that's just dragging them along. We're going to go on to the next comment, which Stefano has. Stefano says, so many of my friends ask me to go on trips with them, and I don't go just for the reason that love and passports. I like that title. Remember that, the subtitle. Love pursuits and passports just said, we are not going for the same reasons. Guys, the reason why these gentlemen say this, they said this because these gentlemen had the balls, the gumptions to actually at one point in time eventually tell their boys, you know what? I ain't with what what we're doing right now. Y'all, I'm not putting down what y'all doing, but I'm about to go do my thing on this island. See, my partners know me. Any place we go to, you might as well the next morning put me on the back of a milk carton because I'm coming up missing. My boys always do that. Dre gonna do his own thing day one. I'm coming back with stories. I'm the dude that will come back and say, hey, dude, I know where 5 parties at tonight. And I know where 3 clubs that's popping. Why? Because I've been missing for 3 days. I've always been that dude. So it's easy for dudes with my personality to kind of get away. But if you're the type of guy that doesn't have that personality, these guys are letting you know there's nothing wrong with when you get to DR with your boys, as long as you're doing it safely, venturing off by yourself and finding your way to do things and not necessarily always their way. But also make sure that you're safe. Keep communication with your partners.
Exactly.
All right, you ain't lying, Mervin. Okay, a lot of MGTOW stuff lingering. Yes, dudes try to make. That's one thing we got to stop doing. I think you guys can attest to this. Before I get to Will, we have to stop making each other feel bad for wanting to feel good about something that somebody else may not feel good about. We got to encourage each other. Especially as men, we got. The women in the United States, We ain't talking about mom and our cousins and them because we love them. But in general, women in the United States are not on the passport brothers, are not on the blue book gentlemen, are not on a just regular black men that are expats team. They ain't on our team, man. And it's cool. But we got to be on each other's team. We got 67 in the live stream. Make sure you guys click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too. Let's go on to Will. Will says, hey Dre, he said, happy to be with y'all tonight in the States right now. Back in Cali. Shout out to Will. Back well, we'll be on tour back down here in Cali. Okay, back in Cali Saturday. Talk about reverse culture shock. Yes. Only been in the gym and to the grocery store and spent, he said, I spent $8 on a
damn
monk mode.
See, are we gonna talk about monk mode?
I'm becoming a vegan now in the States.
now we got to do fast mode when we go back to the States. Just no eating up.
Yeah, we do a fasting mode, right?
Yeah.
I ain't ate in 3 days, 40 days or 40 nights, like Jesus.
But that trip is coming though.
Shit, I go back to the States only time I'm eating on the airplane with the food free.
Come on. Let's stack up on the peanuts. Let me get some more of the peanuts. Let me put some peanuts right in. Yeah, let me get a couple more peanuts. Yeah, there we go. That's for tomorrow night. For real. Goodness gracious. $8 for a dozen eggs. Man. Boy, y'all scaring me about the States. I ain't gonna even lie them prices. Because you come on, guys. Come on. Brazil, Dominican Republic, Cuba, we spoiled. We are spoiled. Man, to go back to the States and go to a restaurant and he bust my head open with that $8 for a dozen eggs. Man. Okay, we gonna ride with you. Okay, Mervin says, yes, it comes up in these Facebook passport groups all the time. It's great to hear men talking positively about women and relationships. My man Maurice is in the building representing. That's my dude right there. Good people. Good people. We're doing pretty good, guys. The topic tonight is long distance relationships, how to maneuver through them successfully. And we're talking to guys that have had successful relationships in the Dominican Republic. Why are we talking about this? Because we are tired. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me unbutton this thing. I'm tired of hearing y'all crying about there's no good women in DR, and I keep meeting these brothers that every time we get on a flight, taking out me and Andre going to DR, we keep meeting all these good couples. Andre and I were walking down the street in a really nice area in Puerto Plata, right? And it was like where the mansions were and everything. We're doing video just showing people, hey, DR got some really nice areas too. And this white dude walked out. And no, he was in the window. He said, what are y'all doing out there? I said, we speaking English. What are you doing up there? Speaking English. And so he was like, I'm about to come on down. So he came on down, found out he's from Brooklyn and his wife was from DR. A younger, his wife was like 20 years younger than him. That week she was graduating with her law degree, and they had a son that was successful and living in the United States and so forth. And it showcased, I'm like, even a couple like us, nobody knows us. We're meeting other men from the United States that are found. He was like, me and my wife, we've been married like almost 15, 20 years. That are meeting good couples in DR. So when you guys are trying to tell me, if let's put it like this, I think my battery, my mic went zzz, excuse me, guys. But when you guys try to tell me on YouTube videos there are very few good women in DR, I won't lie. For a minute, I believed y'all. I really did. For a second, y'all had me. Y'all sold me. Until I start meeting couples and brothers and others that are married and happy than a mom in the Dominican Republic. And these guys started in the States and were in DR. I know one brother, he actually, his last 6 years of his job before he retired, He found his woman in DR. He was doing back and forth for those 6 years. The reason why he didn't go all the way into full retirement, his wife asked him, she said, babe, how much more money would you make if you went to full retirement with your job? He said, not much more. She said, yeah, tomorrow morning you're gonna tell him you're quitting. Because she was like, listen, I gave you 6 years of long distance relationship. And if you know that you're not really going to be making any more money for staying the 2 more years, you're just doing this out of habit now. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to introduce you to some new habits. And he moved to DR where his wife was and his house and his kids and has been living happy. So when you guys had sold me, that's what I'm kind of disappointed in, because all you YouTubers and all you guys that can play in the comment sections about the women in DR and ain't no good ones. And now I'm meeting when we finally go to DR, and I'm meeting all these good dudes from the States that's happily married, and their wives are wonderful, wonderful women, gorgeous, just like you guys like, and supportive and encouraging, fit, feminine, all the Kevin Samuels. And when I hear you guys ain't meeting anybody, the math ain't mathing for me. So I figured I want to bring these guys on to talk about this topic. To let's get it over with, because I do not want to hear anybody crying about DR anymore, because these men and all the other men that I met that were in DR from the States are living happy lives. And if you ain't living a happy life, there's only one common denominator. You. So we're going to continue on. Then we're going to go back to a question. I got a question for you guys. I'm going to give you this question. I want you to ponder on it before we get to it. I'm going to go to the comments. The question is, how did you guys fight off the wolves, the female wolves? Because it was easy. Come on, we're talking about these gorgeous women in DR. It could have been easy for you guys to make a left turn chop. It could have been easy for you to still been in DR and not had taken a leap to Brazil. It could have been easy for you, Marcus, to sit back and say, yeah, I could spend another couple of years just smashing a few more and acting, doing my manly things, sowing my royal oats for a few more years, and then I'll think about this. So before you guys answer it, I want you guys to ponder, how did you guys decide I'm going to fight off the wolves and go after my goals and my dreams? But let me go to the comment section in regards to what these guys are saying. Live free with Scotty B. Live free with Scotty B in the building. I like that, Scott. I like that, Scott. Yeah, I know you're going to be in Cali. He said, I can't wait to move out of the country. What? Hey, Scott, we got to talk, bro. My dog moving out of the country this year. I'll be moving to Cali. Don't come. Oh, yeah, Scott, you are the Cali family. I can't say that to you. I'll be moving to Cali, Colombia with Dre. Yeah, Scott has been down here a few times, man. This is a good man, right? Ex-military. Good dude. Family man. Ain't none better. None better. All right, he said, exactly, Merv. Overall, in the manosphere, there are dozens. There does not need to be a discussion of relationships. Obviously, those that still follow our useful guidelines of red pill awkwardness and manhood. I think I misread that. My bad, brother. Okay, Chopper Pie and love passport pursuits. Much love to y'all. Make sure you guys subscribe to Chopper Pie TV. Make sure that you guys subscribe to Love Pursuit Love Pat. I always use Pursuit.
It's a tongue twister at first, but in a minute it'll bounce off your lips. Love, purpose, and passports.
Purpose and pass. You know what? You said it's so easy, and I've been saying it 100 times and been missing it 100 times. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm so subconsciously fighting love crossing borders in my subconscious.
right.
That's just a subconscious thing.
Yeah.
And now in your subconscious, I hear you say it. I'm like, see, he got it. See, but it's his. I said, but I'm gonna get it. Love, purpose, pursuits. Love, purpose, and passports. Okay,
love, purpose, and
love, purpose, and passports. I should be ashamed of myself, but it's all right.
LPP for short.
LPP.
I like that. See what I'm saying? That LPP. And so definitely subscribe to these gentlemen's channel. I am going to drop the link tonight. I'm not a link dropper panel type dude. I'm going to drop the link tonight for you guys that have either are thinking about or either have experienced long distance relationships. You're in a long distance relationship, or you either are thinking about a long distance relationship, or you're either in a long distance relationship. We got 59 people, almost 60 people in here. Make sure you click that like button. I want to hear what some of you guys have to say. So in about a good 30 minutes, I'm going to drop the link, and I want you guys to come up. Now, mind you, we are grown men. No avatars. Don't be coming up here and you got everything blocked out. You got a picture of somebody in a bikini. I don't need all that. You're a grown man. Show your face. B, if you show your face and you're hidden in the dark somewhere and ain't no regular lights, you hide your face, you're gonna get kicked out. I won't even say hello. I'm gonna kick you out. So don't sit back and be like, Andre from Love Crossing Borders, I don't like him. You probably won't like me because as soon as you click in and I see that you in the dark in the shadow somewhere as a grown black man, I'm kicking you out. Because if you ain't confident enough to showcase yourself, I don't care if you got a patch over your eye. One of my closest friends in the States got a patch over his eye. He and I used to change transmission in cars together. So if a one patch eye dude could change transmissions, I know you could with your one patch, if you got one, could showcase yourself on a live stream. So make sure that I just want you to be visible, and I want you to come on the platform if you are in a long distance relationship, or if you're thinking about, or if you've been in a long distance relationship. And even if it hadn't worked out, it doesn't have to be the positive one. Sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yep.
Let us know, because we want to hear from your perspective too. I'm going to go through a couple of more comments, and then we're going to go to what I was saying about how'd you guys fight off the female wolves. Because I ain't going to lie, I'm still fighting them off. In Colombia, they ain't like they sat back and was like, oh, Andre's married. That's so wonderful. Man, listen, in Colombia, they laugh at me because I want to be faithful. You want to, what the? I'm married, ladies. I actually had two hot chicks laugh in my face when I rejected them because I told them I was married. Kid you not, fine chick. I was like, nah, baby. I'm good. And they were, and the girl told, girl, he married. You know how many married men I get with? I'm like, girl, first of all, I just want to dance. Are we gonna dance or what? Like I said, I don't cheat, I dance. Are we gonna dance? Because I ain't gonna cheat. So we might as well dance. So we end up dancing. Me and both of the ladies, we end up dancing. But yeah. So how do you guys, fight off the wolves? How did you fight off the wolves? In all sincerity, Chop, you moved to another country. You had to fight off the wolves and the desires of the women that indeed are that wanted to keep you there. So that is a situation in which you had to fight off the wolves, as well as Marcus being a married man in DR and realizing that there are some women that are gorgeous and that want his attention. And how does he fight off the wolves, or how did he fight off the wolves to say, you know what? The person who I'm with, I believe, is worth, just like Chopper Pie feels like his journey to Brazil is worth fighting off the wolves. Marcus may feel that, quite obviously, it was worth fighting off the wolves to get the right one for him. So let me finish off these comments real quick, guys. All right, Dre almost laughed at the dudes spending all their time with random chicks in tourist traps, risking getting drugged. 'Tis true, Medellin. Getting drugged with different strangers. Finding a woman who's about something is much safer, a lot safer. That's statistical. Did you guys know this? In the United States, a man that has a good woman on his side, statistically, his value compared to a single man is more than $250,000 over a lifetime. A man with a good, doesn't even have to be married. You just got a good woman on your team. You are worth $250,000 on average, more than a single dude that's out here wilding. That's crazy.
Yeah, because as a single man in the States, you have more things that'll lead to you spending your money, especially if you get married to the wrong person. Now you got to go through the divorce. You got to go through, she gets that, you get to keep this. So you'd be surprised and it's not, I don't want to just narrow it down to a woman thing, just a team thing, like you said, Dre. Like just having the right people on your team, things that didn't seem achievable before with the last person, you getting on new heights now. So I believe it. That make a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe it. You know, as a single man, you know, there's so many things that can lead to your demise. You know, I mean, in so many different ways. You know, your financial demise. You know, your goals that you're trying to reach. You know, and just your well-being. But you know, once you've narrowed it down and you have a good woman, your obstacles they just narrow completely, because now when you have a good woman, you focused on the things that you're doing for the family. You know, you focus on what you're doing for her, for you and her, and you're both focused as a team moving forward. And those things that distract you as a single man, you know, no longer distract you as a married man or as a man that has a good woman.
Excellent points. Excellent point. Excellent. I couldn't put it any better. Though, and I like how you put distractions. I was talking to Kosher, Kosher, but for the live stream, we probably talked for maybe like 2 hours, just talking, because I'm going to be on Kosher Clinician's a live stream tomorrow. And we were talking about, and we were saying the same thing, that you can accomplish so much more with the right person on your side. And it doesn't, we're not necessarily just talking about rings. We're ring men, you know, but every guy's not ring man. Every woman's not a ring person. You know, we're Lord of the Rings. You guys may not be Lord of the Rings. Cool. But at the end of the day, the right person on your side, I'm telling you, brothers, when I said in the right people on your side, because the fact that your girl come from a good family, the family, you like, man, I always talk about how on average in the last 3 years, maybe like I'll put it the last 5 years, Andre has probably saved me, just because she manages the family, us, easily $50,000. Easily $50,000. Easily she saved me $50,000. So when she sit back and say, I want that $900 purse right there, that $900 purse is sitting right there. You guys can't see it. That purse collection is going all the way down. But her family, I never thought about this until today, early today, while talking to Kosher. Make sure you subscribe to Kosher Clinician. Her family has probably saved me, just in the last 2 years, about $3,000.
Nice.
Her brother, we have our truck, is a Chevy. Her brother just so happens to be the head mechanic with Chevy dealership right around the corner. You know how much money that brother has saved us? When we got in a car accident, I think I mentioned this before. When we got in a car accident, it was a small fender bender, very small. We talked to the family after, blah, blah, blah. 9 family members showed up in different cars.
Nice.
The person who we got in the accident with, their family members showed up, and it wasn't like your family versus everybody. We both knew that it was just a small fender bender, but that's what they do down here. And they made sure. Okay, did you contact your? I didn't know that, you know, in the States, your audio, your car insurance, vehicle insurance appraiser kind of calls you on the phone. What happened? Blah blah blah. Here, this dude showed up. It's a Sunday afternoon. He showed up in a suit and everything. Okay, Andre, what happened? All right. Okay. What else? Okay, officer. Okay, you got this. All right. Okay. You gonna get this money, Dre? Okay. All right. I'm looking like we got 9 family members, making sure that we are all right, making sure could we repair it right then and there. Now I understand when it caused this being in Colombia. I know I'm sounding long-winded with this, but it caused this, Chapapa and Marcus, being in Colombia, to understand why I see some of the best lowriders in California, among Latins, and in New York, and in Florida, and in Chicago, among the Latin families in some of the poorest areas. Because I'm like, how the hell are they hooking it? You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Hooking up with just regular everyday working dudes, Latin dudes, hooking up these $50,000, $20,000, $30,000 cars that could jump in the air and do flips and take notes while they up in the air and come back down. How's these regular dudes? I'm like, it's got to be illegal money. No. These people work together. In the United States, they're like, well, you know what? If you get with a Latin family, you're gonna end up having to take care of everybody. Let me put my screen big real quick.
No, everybody's gonna take care of everybody.
Say that again.
Everybody's gonna take care of everybody,
Including you. They don't tell you that when you go to countries that the family gonna look out for you and save you money. So if you give a couple dollars to the family, hey Camilo, how much you need for work shoes? You about to graduate college? How much you need for work shoes for your new job? What? Okay. Oh, that's only gonna be $50 in US dollars. Okay, here's $50 for graduation to get your new work shoes. New work shoes for $50 from my pocket. And this young dude has saved me $2,000 in 2 years since he graduated college. But dudes ain't gonna tell you that about what or women in the United States who don't know what they talking about ain't gonna tell you. Know when you marry a Colombian or you marry a DR, that you're gonna have to take care of the family, but they ain't gonna tell you how many times the family looked out for you when you were sick. How many times the family looked out for you, like, hey, Dre, you got some mail, you got a package? How many times the family looked out for you? Hey, well, wait a minute, you looking for a car? Don't buy that car because people steal that car. Get this car over here. They won't tell you how many times the family in DR will make sure that you eat. They will make sure. Listen, you know how many times me and Andre have been rushing around all day and run over to the family and be hanging out with the family. And the ladies will say, well, did Andre eat today? And I'm like, yeah, I ate earlier. Earlier? What's earlier? Girls, get in the kitchen. And am I lying, guys?
No, you're not lying.
All the ladies run to the kitchen to make one meal. Andre, come on.
It's funny, Dre, when you talk about the eating, before you really start traveling and building these relationships, dudes get their mind blown just by a young lady by text or in the day nap asking them, did they eat? But then once you get there and really start experiencing it, it's a whole different ball game.
It is, man. Well, you preaching now. You preaching. And I kid you not, man. I never thought about that part of how much, until yesterday, how much the family looks out for you and saves you so much money. Like all the little things like bank accounts, building a credit line in your new country. Hey, you want to do this? You want to go here? Hey, I got a spot for you. Like to go fishing? I got a spot for you. I got a cousin. He like to fish too. And all of a sudden you meet the cousin. The cousin become one of your closest dudes just from fishing. Just little things like that. Oh, you like to bowl? I got one of my best friends is head of a bowling club here in Medellin. And you like, and his best friend is head of the one in Cali. He's gonna reach out to you tomorrow. Man, I've had Colombians look out for me, and I'm like, this is what I think. These lying women in the States, and I'm gonna put it out there. For any woman, not all women in the States, but any woman that had lied to us about, well, they only want you for your money and they're going to use you and you're going to end up paying for the whole family. You just don't know. That little extra $50 here and that extra $20 there, and then you take the father out for dinner and you paying this and pay that little change that you spend. Man, I'm telling you, the family will say it from a good family, mind you, because you guys already know my rule. Make sure the person comes from a good family, even if they're a good person. So the family will save you so many headaches. Andre's family saved me from so many. If Andre ain't around, let's say Andre had to leave and go to Belize. Shout out to my brother that's going to Belize. And if the brother that's going to Belize, make sure that you watch Coop's Corner. Coop's Corner. A brother from YouTube. He just got back from Belize like a year and a half ago. He got some excellent video. Coop's Corner. I'm telling you, cool brother from New York. And great fashion style. And if Andre went to Belize, I wouldn't miss a meal. I wouldn't miss anything. Those women will take care of me as if it was 3 to 5 Andreas. They family like this. This is the funny part. Andrea's family is like this right now. Don't even worry about her teaching you Spanish. We'll teach you Spanish. Don't waste your time with her. They like this. We got too much gossip that we want to talk about. For you to waste your time with Andrea. We're gonna teach you all the real words, all the cuss words. We're gonna teach you just come on over, just drive over, pretend like you'd even been here. Don't act like you don't know nothing. We're gonna teach you Spanish behind Andrea back. That's how her family is. So make sure you guys get with somebody. My point in telling you all that story is to say, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, when you get the right person, whether you marry that person or not, this is the way that you treat among good families. Am I correct? Even in DR.
No, you're right about that. You're right about that. You know, it's not just, get your passport, go meet you a beautiful woman, and you two are going to ride your passport into the sunset. You do have to do your due diligence. You have to vet these women. You know, you can't, and that's why I said about dudes getting their wig split, off the beauty. You never seen anything like that before. And I don't care what dudes say and what kind of experiences they say they've had in the States, you don't know, because it's not just the beauty that gets you. We talk about the foreign femininity, and the femininity, it isn't because she's foreign, it's because femininity is foreign to a lot of dudes that, we come from the States. So once you start getting that, that mixed with the beauty, mixed with, the ambiance of being in another country, it's like, your logic goes out the window, and it takes a while. But the good thing about, like I said, Dre, we've talked about this before. When we were coming, there was no YouTube videos putting out information. There's so much information now. So it's like, if your immediate crew didn't school you, which, when I went, they schooled us on, the basics. But, now, and especially with brothers like us, who are talking, who are married or in relationships, we can tell you about getting your mind right before you go. If you know you are a relationship type dude, you are doing yourself a disservice if you don't approach it like that. Forget what dudes say, don't go there and fall in love. You don't have to fall in love. You can go there looking for what you're looking for. It's this thing has so much. It's like high school. This thing has so much peer pressure attached to it that
that's a good point.
You will be wrapped up and going in a direction that you really know that you're not built for. And there's nothing wrong with not being built for that direction, because there's plenty of dudes that aren't built for our direction that we go. And the thing is, doing what they're doing, that's not making something happen. That's just booking a trip. But if you're into what we're into, we actually made something happen. We made this happen. We made these relationships happen. We made these choices, to do something that's out of the norm, because the norm is just coming back and forth and just, dating who you're dating for that moment and having your, inner trip experiences, during that trip. But, the main thing is get your mind right and start focusing on what type. Okay, if there's a woman out there for you, what type is she? And get that in your head first. That way you don't have to get mixed up, because that chappie will have you in the clouds. You lost in the sauce and you don't even know it. By the time you wake up, you're looking around like, what day is it? What month is it? What my bank account look like? What happened? And meanwhile, everybody else is laughing at you, using you as an example of why not to get in a relationship. So
that's a good point, Chop.
So I was writing some notes down while both of you gentlemen were speaking, and I'm glad both of you brought up the same topic on people needing to take their time on finding the right situation. And the right situation isn't just the women, it's the family also, right? Another thing I want to point out that a lot of men do that I've seen my time living in the DR is you can't place a value on sex. Sex in Latin American culture is like a bag of chips. Everybody could get it easily accessible. Why? Because Latin American culture, they don't taboo it, they don't tiptoe around it like they do in the States.
Nope.
It's very open, you know, and it's like as you go from DR, it's more open in Colombia, and it's way, way, way more open in Brazil. They don't see nothing wrong with having sex on the first date if they really like a guy. Whereas opposed to the States, oh, she a hoe, she a slut, she a freak, that, this and that. You got to understand where you are. And we spoke about this the other night in the live. You got to understand the country and the culture that you're dealing with. And I say that because you see how Dre and Marcus gave the example on how women would try to get with married expats in these countries. That's how accessible sex is. So you can't place value on finding a good woman because of how she sexed you up the first night y'all got together, or the second night, or she gives it to you whenever you ask for it. It has to be more than that, right? Look at Dre's situation with his brother-in-law. Look at Mark's situation with the family. Another thing that happened, what Dre mentioned, what I learned from going from DR to Brazil is what happens on one battlefield, you bring that knowledge to the next. It's like the art of war, right? So all the losses, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I won every single battle in DR. Hell no, I took some losses. I got hit in the chops in the Dominican Republic. But you know what? I learned by listening to people. I learned by listening to situations. I learned by being honest with myself. Like, okay, hey, I'm living here full time. What is it exactly that I want? Where can I find it? And who can give it to me? So you guys have to take the knowledge that's being given to you by these two brothers married, and the good knowledge that's being given to you by single guys who aren't out there trapping every night, or being at the parties, or being around the holes and all this stuff. And for me, Dre, how I started dodging the wolves in DR, I'm gonna admit, when I first got there, I was 27 years old. 27 years old, 2019, living full time in Puerto Plata. I might as well install the revolving door on my house, because that's how much I had them, just in and out, in and out, in and out daily. But then after that, and I spoke to Russell about it. I'm like, Russell, it's just something about Puerto Plata that's just draining my life a little. Yeah, I feel good being in the Dominican Republic, but it's just like draining my life a little, having all these different type of situations and bodies around, because you guys don't know what type of spirit you're bringing into your space, what type of energy you're bringing into your space when you don't vet people correctly. Friends, women, associates, whatever. Energy is a real thing. So for me, it was becoming life draining. And the wolves are cool when you got meat to feed them. But when you don't got meat to feed them, what's going to happen? They're going to turn on you, right? It took me, my first situation in DR, like when I got sick, like at the, I don't even know if it was COVID. It was like the beginning of the pandemic. And the chick I was messing with at the time, like dealing with, like who I thought was dating, wouldn't come take care of me. It took another female friend, to show up at the house, to be like, hey, this and that, blah, blah, whatever. And during that time, she ended up getting a boyfriend, but was still coming to check on me, help me out, all this stuff. So it made me think like, yo, you really have to be careful on where you're looking, who you're saying you're finding, and taking your time, because now there's the guys that, I don't want to just say, gentlemen, that, get out the tourist areas and you'll find a good woman. Or there's been this thing on YouTube recently, like, I'll go to the Campo in Dominican Republic and I'll find a good woman there. Hey, listen, if you don't take your time and vet correctly, there's trapping everywhere. And what I mean by trapping is like, she don't have to be on the strip to be moving her thing for some change.
Mm-hmm.
Or she don't have to be on the strip to be sending 20 Buenos Dias messages on WhatsApp and hoping to get $100 back from somebody. She don't have to be on it. She could be at the bank doing that. She could be behind the counter at the supermarket. She could be in the lawyer's office. There's trapping of all different types. How do you expose that? Taking your time. Apply a little pressure. Don't rush. It's easy to fall in love, right? But let's fall in like first. And then if the love is warranted, if they earn the love, then you give them the love. But a lot of guys come off the plane and they just give themselves up immediately. Immediately. I mean, like y'all just hookers the way y'all giving it up immediately. Some of y'all don't even get on the plane before you give it up.
Don't slap by that. Repeat that.
I don't understand. Some of y'all don't even get on the plane. Y'all be on
no. Go way, but slide back. Some of y'all like hookers.
Y'all like hookers the way y'all giving it up so easy. My goodness. I'm flabbergasted because I've had situations on my YouTube channel where guys will be like, yeah, I haven't met this girl yet, but I'm gonna send her $600, or nah, she's gonna do this for me, or she's gonna do that. And I'm like, bro, I'm in the DR. What you're doing isn't safe, isn't smart. You're wasting your money and you're gonna get hurt. But the problem is a lot of people aren't willing to listen. So they want to feed themselves to the wolves. But for me, I got tired of like the live draining, the revolving door. I just wanted like something simple, stable, and that put back into me. So I had that requirement like, hey, you must be this tall to use this ride. So I just wanted to chill.
I don't blame you, brother. That was a good one.
Giving it up.
That was a good one, man. Good point. We're about to go to this real quick. We're about to take a almost like a commercial break without taking a commercial break. Mike says, Dre, what cell phone services do you use? T-Mobile? Hell no. And I'll tell you why. A lot of T-Mobile and AT&T, when they tell you international, they're going to charge you out the yin-yang for international. Now, I was going to say, because I'm set up on Patreon, so I'm going to give you guys a bonus. And this is something that I also tell during consultations, right? Y'all ready? You guys need a pencil and a paper, or you need this segment of this video because it's very important. So get your paper, your pen out. I'll give you a second because I'm gonna tell you how I travel internationally and keep data and Wi-Fi no matter what country we go to and how I do it. Even when I shoot my ass back to the States and I don't got a stateside phone number. Well, by way of the state. So make sure you got your pencil, paper in hand or your pen, whatever you got. Because I'm telling you, it's the one time I'm going to talk about this. You'll never hear me talk about it again, except for doing a consultation or Patreon. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. 3 apps. There are 3 apps I'm about to talk about that you guys need to put into your phone tonight. Even you, brother, even Chopper and Marcus. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
First app, Freetone. Freetone, all one word. Freetone for $9.99 a month. I've been using it for 4 years, so there's not nothing new. $9.99 a month. It will allow you to get. It'll send you. It'll allow you to have. It'll allow you to choose from like 8 phone numbers. You choose the area code. Like me, I chose 813. That's why all you guys that got my number notice that it's still 813, but I'm in Colombia. I use Freetone. Freetone is connected to my WhatsApp. Freetone is connected to all the Gail at night. Or send me a text message in the middle of the night. All that's Freetone. Freetone works as long as you are near Wi-Fi. Most countries will allow you to use their Wi-Fi. You go to a restaurant, Wi-Fi, and that
Wi-Fi
come over and you, am I lying, fellas?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't like the States. In the States, Wi-Fi is sacred. My precious. Nobody can touch my Wi-Fi. In most countries, you just go to the waitress and she come up, what's your order? You tell you what your order. You just take your phone and be like, Wi-Fi. And she'll just type it on in, and you got the Wi-Fi.
Yep.
So free tone works no matter where you have Wi-Fi, airports, blah, 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 blah. Now I'm gonna give you my other two. These are my dogs, the dog ones. Now these two apps you want to have. The other one is Airlos, and it's is Airlo. Airlo is actually AIRAOL. Airlo. Airlo is a SIM card. It's called eSIM. eSIM has been around for about good 3 or 4 years. Most guys don't know about eSIMs. It's as if you went into that country. Am I right, Chop?
Yep.
As if you walked into that country and you went into a store, purchased a SIM card, got it activated, and used your same number. That's what Airlo is. Airlo is in 190 countries.
Ooh, that's downloading that right now.
So any country you go to, as soon as we hit Italy, we just go straight to Airlo, our app, and we buy a Airlo card, a SIM card right off of the app Airlo. A lot of all the Italian companies that have the towers, their SIM cards are on Airlo app. If even here, when you guys that come to Colombia and I'm not around you, let's say you go to Armenia, Andre is not around you to take you to the SIM card store, or you come to Cali and I'm not around you to take you to the SIM card store and you didn't use free tone for $9.99 a month, and you need somewhere that you just want a regular SIM card that if you're walking down the street and you don't have data, or if you're stuck in the airport and you don't have data, I'm telling you, Airlo, download it to your phone before you get to this. Hey, you guys need to get these super chats up while you're playing before I show you the last one, which is the greatest one. I should not see just there is no way in hell I'm going to sit up there and watch $4.99 be up there. No. No. This is consultation information. This is what you end up getting at the end of the day when it comes to the Patreon that we're about to set up next month. I already got it on the whiteboard right here to set up next month. There should not be just $5 for this knowledge, because nobody on YouTube, especially among us brothers, is usually the white brothers that's getting this knowledge. So get them super chats up. At the end of the day, Airlo, 190 countries. And you can choose what type of, I want 1 gigabyte. Or I know me, I need 5 gigabytes. And so download it. Once again, it's here it is right there. Just in case you wonder what it looks like, that's Airlo. Okay. Yeah, I got that one. All right. Okay. I'll give you a second to download it. Do not have your phone around and you wondering, what am I supposed to do when I get to Colombia and I ain't got no data? You can use Airlo, get a SIM card before you. Dude, you can get an Airlo SIM card, download to your phone before I even come pick you up from the airport in Cali. That's how fast it works. It's so smooth. As soon as you go into it, it shows you all the countries you can choose from. And then they show you all the data packages you can choose. Hey, you need 7 days or you need 10 days? Do you need 30 days? That's Airlo, all right? I'm going to say the last one I'm saving. Oh, there we go. See, give me something, bro. Show me some love. Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you very much, Travel Tribe. My Travel Tribe say, when I travel, I rode solo. That's Victory. Victory says, I'm not going to babysit anyone. Absolutely correct. I'm about to get the last one in a second. He says, always. He says, nor or not always, or not allow anyone to drag me places or drag me down. I want to be self-improvements. No, he said, I want self-improvement and not the 304 chasing. Absolutely correct. And then Mike was the one that asked a question. Great question, Mike. It's kind of funny you would say that, Mike, because I was deciding whether I want to just do this Patreon or do this on this channel, on this live stream. I kid you not, man. I was debating over it all week, and God gave me the answer. When you asked that question, I was like, out of all the questions Mike had to ask, he had to ask the particular one that I've been pondering over all week. So that's a good question, Mike. Shout out to you guys that have already donated to. Let me go back to all you donations. Travel Tribe Raw in the building. Dropping by the show for some support, fellas. Me and my 3 wives, or my 3 women, are in polygamy. Shout out to you guys. And traveling around the world, living good and inspiring. All right, man. I ain't mad at your brother. Do y'all thing. Shout out to you and the ladies. All right. And shout out to you guys. My man Jay in the building, who gave the 20,000. Hey, Jay, let me know what city you in too, Jay. Let me know what city you in down here in Colombia. And also my man Brooklyn Tall in the building. How tall are you? How tall are you, Brooklyn? You know what? It doesn't matter because you're standing tall, brother. So what I'm saying, $9.90, the $9.99. We'll take that, brother. Thank you for the support. I'm about to give you guys the last one. Y'all ready? The last one you want to put in your phone. This is a good one. I'm telling you, is Dent. DENT. This is what it looks like. The reason why you want to put Dent in your phone, I'm telling you why. Dent is like this. The SIM card that you buy in no matter what country your black tail go to, your white tail go to, Razor in the building. My man, make sure you guys subscribe to Razor, man. That's that dude right there, man. That's the late night dude. When I do it weekday dude, late night, when you just feel like you want to just, hey, let me just listen to a live stream. Razor is in the building. All right, there we go. Anthony said only 58 watching. That's only 58 gonna get the knowledge. See what I'm saying? Everybody out there, they gotta pay for play. See what I'm saying? They gotta pay for play here. They're gonna have to pay through the Patreon, or they're gonna have to pay through consultations. Now, the reason why you want to get Dent, and this is why Dent is #1 around the world. Dent is only in 87 countries. The other one, the Aerolo, is in 190 countries. Cool. Dent is in all the countries that we usually go to. We don't need one in Antarctica. See what I'm saying? We don't need one in one of the small countries. I'll give you a perfect example. Me and Andre, like I said, was watching Miss Universe contest. It was one country, because we like to find out the countries also. We like to learn stuff. We always learn on learner mode. This one sister was from the island. We found it was an island. It was, don't give me the lion. It was Celsilos or Celcila. Me and Andre was like, where the heck is Celcila? Do you know this fine woman came from a small island off the coast of Africa in the middle of the ocean, ended up in a Miss Universe pack. Those countries ain't gonna be there, okay? You ain't got to worry about if you go into this small unit of an island that is gonna be on Dent. Like I said, 87 countries, but all the other countries where we frequent, all of the African countries, all the European, Asian countries, all South America, all that is in Dent. But here's the kicker about the Dent app. I'm about to show it to you guys one more time, right? Check it out. That's the one right there. That's Dent. That's Airlo, that's Dent. But here's the beauty of Dent. Let's say you go to a country and you like, well, I know, first of all, Dent SIM cards last for 365 days. So if you go to DR in March, that SIM card you purchased in March, and you done took your butt back to the States after that, you come on back to DR, that SIM card still working up to 365 days. You come to Colombia, that SIM card, you go to Brazil, that SIM card still working for 365 days. But here's the kicker with Dent SIM cards also. Let's say you going to Italy for 4 days. You going to Spain, Romania for just 3 or 4 days, or just 1 day. You got a SIM card from that location because you bought the SIM card off of Dent. You only bought 1 gig. You only used enough to get around Romania. That's whatever main city there is. And you just was there for 1 day. Well, I don't need the SIM card for Romania no more. What am I supposed to do with it? Dent allows you to sell that SIM card to somebody else that's coming to Romania. But here's the kicker also. If you go into any country, instead of just buying you a whole brand new Dent SIM card, Dent allows you to check to see if somebody's selling a Colombian SIM card at a discount. Well, oh, they got a SIM card that's still left, and it got 4 days on it. And I'm gonna be in Colombia for 4 days. Let me go and buy this one at a discount. Oh, I'm going to Brazil, and this is one that's somebody's selling one that's 9 days, and I'm gonna be in Brazil for 7. Let me go and buy that one real quick. That's the beauty of the Dent SIM card. You can buy and sell SIM cards on Dent. So the ones that people are looking to sell, you ain't got to buy a brand new when you come to Cali. Why? Buy you a Colombian Dent card that's already used. They got 9 days left on it, or 300 days left on it, because the person only used a couple of days of that 365. You go ahead and use 7 days, or you go ahead and use 2 days, and guess what? Whatever days you don't use, you can sell it to somebody that's coming through Colombia. Let's say it's 360 days. Let's say the SIM card got about, when it comes to Colombia, somebody sells a Dent card, and it's only got like 300 days left on it. You only needed 2 days. You can sell that Dent card right on the app to somebody that's flying through Colombia. That's what makes Dent number one when it comes to eSIM. These are all eSIM cards, and they literally work as if you walked in that country, went to their store, bought it from their store, and activated it in their store, and you're happy ain't left the airport.
Well, that's the new wave right there.
That's the time.
I mean, if you come back and your boys are getting ready to go on a trip, you know, in another couple of weeks, you can let them know, I got this SIM card right here that you might need, and sell it right to them.
That is a time saver.
Do it like that?
Yes. That was both of you guys.
That was me when I went to Cali, Dre. I went to Cali first thing of the day. I went to Claro. Got me a SIM card.
I used to take dudes straight to Claro.
That's the old way. See, this is the new way.
And so now, you know how I discovered it? I kid you not. I was looking for, Google came out, Google Fi a couple years ago, international. But Google don't tell you that you have to activate your international Google Fi web card from the United States. So my Google Fi card, which I just got rid of, remember I told you guys I had 8 stacks of these little Walmart giant containers. I finally got rid of them this year. I was like, okay, enough, Andre. You admit that you bought too much stuff to Colombia. And so I got rid of stuff. And one of them was my Google Fi. I couldn't do anything with it. And so I went online and I started discovering all they create. I didn't know this only been out for 3 years. eSIM cards. And so I started using eSIM cards and started, Andrea has it in her phone. I have it in my phone. So we go to DR, we're not looking, if we don't put anything inside of our router, if we just want straight to our phone, we just go ahead and use these two. We just use these two.
Got it covered.
And we got it all covered. This is the cool part. You can activate these before you even get to a country. You ain't got to wait till you get to a country to get these activated. You can actually buy data for a country that you know you're going to, that you're about to land in, before you get there. You ain't got to wait till you get to Italy to buy the Italy SIM card. You ain't got to wait till you get to Spain. You ain't got to wait till you get to Colombia. With these two apps, you can buy a SIM card for that country through these apps before you even land in Colombia. I'm giving you who's game. I'm telling you, this is the only time I'm gonna talk about. You will not hear me talk about this outside of Patreon or consultation. So all you brothers that's here tonight, I'm not about to make a special video about this. It won't be a short coming out about this. This is it. But you need to not thank me. You need to go ahead and thank Mike, who asked the right question at the right time. Because I kid you not, I was pondering all week. I was like, should I just put this on Patreon or all week long? Because I've been knowing about, but I'm like, should I just put this as part of the consultation? But then when Mike dropped, shout out to Mike, dropped this question out, that was just confirmation. Andre, share this with the brotherhood right now. Share it for free. And so all you guys that are in here, share it with the other people. Share it on Facebooks and YouTubes and Instagrams for dudes that don't know. But after the night on Love Crossing Borders, it ain't gonna be talked about no more. This Fight Club from now on, you're gonna have to go to the new Patreon that we're setting up for next month, or consultations. Ain't nobody else gonna find out through us. Shout out to all you guys that were here tonight. All 58 of you guys that came tonight. Y'all picking up something that ain't nobody else thinking about. But this the funny part. The white boys been knowing about this for the longest. White boys been knowing about this for ain't told us nothing. Ain't told us. Shout out to my white brothers. I ain't mad at y'all because y'all know how to shut the hell up. Us brothers, the white boys ain't told us none of this. Been out for 3 years. White boys ain't told us nothing about this. Ain't a YouTube video talking about this, except for maybe 1 or 2 white boys in Europe. So that's why I'm sharing this knowledge. Just made it home, coach. All right, there we go. Shout out to Black by Design. I hope you guys, definitely this information help you guys out. He said, I use Dent to trade. He said, I used to trade Dent through crypto. This the irony of it. Dent is crypto. You're absolutely correct. Dent doesn't necessarily give you cash when you sell your like you're selling, let's say you're selling some minute or some data in Dent. Dent actually gives you Dent crypto that you can turn it into cash. So he's absolutely correct. Dent it's the same one. Dent is actually crypto. It takes your cash that you sit in to buy data and turns it into crypto, and then you get your SIM card. If you decide ever to sell it, you will be selling or holding on to cryptocurrency. You're absolutely correct. And then you can flip it into US dollars if you want to, or just leave it as Dent crypto. Absolutely correct. Yep, he's right. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you.
Yeah, and I noticed Dent works well with you iPhone folks. X and up is that's the first thing it says when you go in the App Store. Works well with iPhones.
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Not don't mind you, Chopper Pie is absolutely correct. But you guys on Android, like I am, it worked. Now this year we decided to go this because we had such success with the Mac, with our Mac computer. We finally decided to Android. I've loved you for so many years.
Come on home, brother. Come on home, because that Mac and that iPhone connection right there.
Yep, that airdrop ain't nothing like that airdrop.
Yeah, man.
You so me with the iPhone was when Ace. I did an interview with Ace that I need to drop, and Ace told me he said when I was in Antarctica and everybody was walking, he said I had my footage through my phone. Cool. He said everybody was just walking around tapping each other's phones, sharing all their videos, all their audio, and I had to wait for people to send me their video, send me their pictures while we were in Antarctica. He said I knew I was behind. He said I love Android. He said, but everybody on the ship had iPhone. And all they had to do was just tap each other's iPhone, and all the video that they want to transfer from our experience could transfer like that. He said, man, I'm like, man. He said, I got to ask people to email me their videos. So me and Andre just had a meeting right on the couch where you guys been seeing us the last couple of weeks. And so we were like, okay, it's that time. It's that time to go on over to from I love my Samsung. I love my
Bienvenidos, brother.
Yeah, it's time to say goodbye.
Apple
It's
will
time
make
to
you a
tell our
believer.
grandkids about Samsung.
Okay, I was just like you, and I was Samsung. I even left the States on a Samsung, but just when it came to vlogging and the camera and the ease of things, and not having to worry about the phone slowing down, eventually I had to give it to the iPhone. It made no sense for me having a Mac and doing things off of Samsung. It just got complicated because they need the USB cord, or you need to put the SD card and this slot, whatever. It got complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Will. Will just said, he said, I just got it. He said, just had to change. He said, I got a new 14.55 a month with the plan of $70 a month totaling. Ooh, man, that's a quarter of my that's the crazy part. That's a quarter of my rent down here. Actually, that's 1/3. He said unlimited voice, blah, so forth and so forth. It hooked to the satellite. Yes, see. And that's why it's so easy for you guys to use those apps, even though those apps that I just discussed work extreme. Don't get it twisted. Even though we're talking about the iPhone, those apps that I talked about work extremely well with Android. So it's easy for me to use them. It's just as easy for me to use them, just like it is for you guys to use them. So don't feel like if you Android, you just can't use these apps when it comes to your phone. I use them. Andre use them, and we've been Android. When we're in DR, Android, Mexico, Android, here, Android. So don't feel like you've been thrown off course. But I'm just saying personally, and the reason why we do it, we're using iPhones for business because iPhone technically, the visual, the stability, as far as the stabilizer when we're walking, those little things that Android brings to the table when you're a content creator, it just helps you so much on the business side. The reason why I buy so many action cameras because Samsung videos are okay, but they can't compete with the iPhone when it comes to video stabilization, as far in just little things that you could do with the iPhone compared to the Android. So that's why we're doing it as far as on the business side. But hey, we'll be in the family. We already talked about it. We said, okay, cool. Let's be ready to kick out this 2,800 for 2 phones. He said, I've been using, thank you, a Black by Design. Now realize Black by Design is a truck driver. He said, I've been using eSIM cards for a while because you can be, because you can have 2 downloads on one phone. So remember that.
T-Mobile was ahead of the game with that one.
And the funny part is how I found out about it is a guy said that T-Mobile wasn't working well. He said T-Mobile worked well. He said, but because it was so expensive, the data, that he's like, man, listen, this data is like, ugh. They told me one thing, but they didn't tell me all the little extra things that it would cost once I used it internationally. And AT&T was the same thing when you use it internationally in most countries. And so that's what kind of threw guys off. And so for dudes that drive trucks, also One Master Teacher, shout out to him. Make sure you subscribe to One Master Teacher. Had mentioned eSIM cards or eSIM before. Dudes don't listen. They don't listen. I'm telling you guys, I gave you the best ones. I don't know if One Master Teacher, shout out to my man. Make sure you subscribe again to his channel. I don't know if he went into details of it, but he's absolutely correct, man. I'm telling you, time saver, headache. You're not walking around the country wondering, well, where do I get a SIM card? You ain't got to deal with that. You just be like, boom, right on your phone. The top 2 apps. I've already studied these apps, and everybody says these are the top 2 apps that you can use no matter where you go to get a SIM card in whatever country. I ain't mad at them. I am not mad at them. They made a believer out of me. This isn't a gold. He said, this isn't gold. It's platinum. Actually, this is a priceless information. Mike Anthony, thanks for for real. Thank you, man. Dallas. Thank you, Mike. Mike, if you hadn't asked that question, I kid you not, man. I literally all week was pondering over this, Marcus. I'm looking like, ugh.
Give up the game.
It would go
told
good
to
with
be
the
told.
Patreon. Then when Marcus asked, that's when God was like, give it to everybody for free. That's the answer. Yep.
Oh, it's gonna come back to you.
I know, right?
You know, you dropping them jewels, you know. So
I
if you
know,
dropping
right?
that jewel, what you have behind, you know, on the Patreon, you know,
or in the consultations.
Yeah,
that's it. That's like, I got some stuff for him. I got some stuff coming for him. He said, I thought everyone knew about eSIM. Nope. See, you dudes that are truck drivers and travel to different from state to state, it's easier for you guys to kind of like discover and come up on things compared to us regular everyday people. Black by Design, you know some things about traveling just within the country that a lot of us that travel around the world don't know about because you are accustomed to travel. He said, I have a Chromebook. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna even lie. When I got my first, Aunt, shout out to you. When I first got my first Chromebook, I was like, okay, I'm so damn. And my boy was like, it's all there. Everything you need, it's right there. I was like, and I tried to psych myself out like, no, it isn't. But it is. This Chrome MacBook is so amazing. It's everything I need. It's a new universe. Shout out to Dropbox. Yep. Oh man. He said I also run containers on my Windows laptop. What I'm using right now is the camera, of course, but I also use Windows laptop. That's the computer that's in front of me right now. While we're doing a live stream. I'm such a Mac. I'm about to buy another Mac too. I don't know about to buy another Mac. But he said everything Apple in my crib. I ain't mad at you, man. I'm getting to that point. I love everybody else, but Mac, they killing it. They are really killing. I won't lie. I won't even lie. There's an app for everything. He said I have both. He said I have Pixel 7. He said I have Pixel 7 Pro. He said I have the iPhone 13 Pro Max. Still said the Hashitashi 3000 EB. So, a lot of people don't remember that from Martin. Some of you guys are too young to remember Martin when he said when they got the big television, the Hashitashi 3000. See what I'm saying? A lot of people don't remember that on Martin episode. He's like, we got the Hashitashi. That's when flat screens first came out, and they were the big backs. And Martin and them got a Hashitashi 3000. We'll say $5. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We about to get back to the topic in a second. He said, thanks, Dre. Thanks, Ant. Thanks, Mike, for asking that question. All right, I'm going to scroll down. If I miss your comments, guys, blame it on my head, not my heart, because I know you guys are talking about the Andre, go ahead and get a Mac, stop playing. But he said, I need to upgrade, so forth and so forth. But we're about to go back to the question in regards to, I got another question for you guys in regards to complaints about the women in DR and how these guys complain so much about the women in DR, and it feels justifiable. And you see the videos on WorldStar, and it seems justifiable about the women in DR. But I want you guys to honestly reveal, are most of the women in because I heard some of the best, the top dogs say certain things about women in DR. Are there certain things about women in DR, like these guys complain about, that keeps them from being in stable relationships, that you guys can say, yeah, I can see that. I can understand where those guys are coming from. But you guys fought through it, and you know, like the trout going to Alaska. You guys, the salmon, that's what it fought through it, and you guys got a chance to experience the goodness of DR. Is some of the points that they say? I'm going to start off with you want to start off with Marcus?
Yeah, let Marcus go first.
Okay, we'll let Marcus go first, and then I'll let you anchor. Are some of the complaints that these guys say about women in DR, is it justifiable? that is making it so hard for some of these guys? Or here's the kicker. Is it just these guys are making some bad choices? Is it the women or is it the choices? Or is it both?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. This talk about the women in DR, it's new to me. Our channel was new, and hearing, like I didn't realize that, when we started representing, being a couple in DR, that question was going to come up so much, because I didn't know. I've been dealing with DR for so many years that wasn't what they were saying back then. So when they're saying it now, and to be honest with you, I don't even know everything they're saying. What I hear is, oh, they're not wife material, but the Colombianas are wife material. So when I hear that, I'm like, that's a broad statement to make, because when most of you guys, Dre, you the only one I've heard, that's from Cali. I mean, that's in Cali, and you were the one that inspired, my wife and I to start the channel as far as a couple, because I wouldn't have known that there was even any interest in real couples putting out content on this international thing. So, now that I've kind of heard a little bit about they're not wife material, I think when a lot of brothers say, first of all, I mentioned this before, there's a trend. They weren't saying this when I was first coming to DR. They weren't saying this, when I was out there. Um, uh, Colombia wasn't on the map like it is now. Colombia is on the map as, the go-to after DR is, old. This is the old thing. And usually, when you find a new thing, that old thing is no good anymore. I understand that some dudes have bad experiences. I have a close homie. I mean, it's really like a brother that had a bad experience with a Dominicana. But I mean, what kind of scale are we judging this on? We're talking about a whole country of women. And, for, guys to all start, saying something like, for me, it was like overnight. Cause like I said, I didn't know, but I always ask, like, when I see that the sentiment is saying they're not good in DR, but also the sentiment is saying we don't want no relationships. The sentiment is saying that the guys who want relationships are simps. So I always wonder, like, the guys and the majority of the guys who are saying that there are no good women in DR, were you coming looking for a wife, or did you just fall into a relationship? Did you choose something, or did you get chose? Because I'm from Cali. Pimps get chose. But um, we're not pimps. We regular guys looking for relationships, and we should be doing the choosing. And sometimes we can choose wrong. And when we're in a pool of the wrong women, the chances of you finding the right woman is possible, but it's not probable. Uh, I haven't, to me, it's actually it's still surprising of what I hear, but I found what I was looking for. And the interesting thing is, since I started the channel, there are several brothers that have, beautiful relationships with the Dominicanas that have reached out to me. It's just that they're not the YouTube types. They're not content creators. My wife and I, we really are private people, but, because I felt like we had something to offer to the community, I talked her into it, and she got on board, that, let's do this. Let's show, what a couple looks like. And like I said, that came from looking at Dre. But had we not came out to represent a couple, all the, who else would be out in the front saying that there are good women in DR? This is always assuming that the men that are saying this are good men, because you also can have you can have a good man and a good woman come together, and the relationship just doesn't work out. That's pretty normal. It just didn't work. You guys weren't compatible. It didn't work. But this, so many guys saying the same thing, it's got to be suspicious, because I've never seen this many guys claiming they wanted a wife in the first place. I'll pass it on.
Excellent point, man. You man, you ended it with you ended man.
Where's
The
all
reason
these?
why I'm shaking my head, and I Chop, please don't forget your thought. The only reason I'm shaking my head, Marcus, is this. And make sure you guys subscribe tonight. We got 55 people in here right now. There is no way in heck there should not be at least 55 new subscribers to Chopper Pod TV if you haven't already subscribed, and 52 new subscribers to Love, Purpose, and Passports.
Man, let's get them up to 1,000 subscribers.
Easy. Get this man. Get this couple over, man. I'm telling you, there is no way. I'm gonna put it like this in all sincerity. There is no way that you guys like and enjoy Love Crossing Borders and you not subscribe to his channel. They are so mirror to us. That's what made me and Andrea enjoy watching them, because they mirror. They were the first couple out of all the couples we've seen on YouTube. We watch a lot of the couples of older, younger relationships, the couples of international. They were the first ones that we saw. This couple that was brand new on YouTube that we saw, that we could kick back and we could go in their comment section and we could sit back and watch, and you see what they say. What you think about that? We could feel that. No other couple on YouTube among us brothers that's actually doing it like this young couple is doing it. So definitely make sure you subscribe to their channel. I'm not just promoting it, but I'm telling you, when they come out, listen. Marcus already know behind the scenes. I'm already on him about, hey, when I'm gonna get another video. The same way I was on Richie Mack, Zoom to Thailand. Make sure you guys subscribe to Zoom to Thailand if you haven't. The same way I was on Richie Mack. Rich, you go come out like crack. Rich, hey Rich, I need to talk to you. When you going with the new? The same way I'm on Marcus. Dude, what you doing? What you doing? When y'all go come out the new video? When the mixtape coming out? The same way. So at the end of the day, guys, make sure you subscribe, because they are going to be doing some amazing things. And the questions that you have about, that you guys have presented about Colombia, you can finally ask in DR. And when he says that his wife knows better English than he does, bruh. You want to hear a Dominican woman talking English that's better than all of us in this chat and in this panel, subscribe to that channel and tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
You're lying.
After you subscribe to their channel and you watch their videos, I'm like when she started talking, Marcus, I was like, and Marcus was like, I ain't believe that she's from DR. I had to make sure. And I had to
see out the window.
Right.
Flip that camera around. Let me see what's going on.
Let me see that background. Because I ain't gonna even lie. I wouldn't even lie. When he sat back and he said, I said, yeah, I can see that. Because she speaks she is so ladylike. I just love her personality. She's got that like Andrea, that inner girl, to where you can just tell that there's a young little girl walking around. You just like, that's what I'm real man enjoying life. Oh, they're gonna put us in check about some stuff. I know when the cameras go off, I already know we got to make sure that we're mean about everything. But at the end of the day, man, I'm happy for you, man. And then you got Chapel Pod. I know, right? You got Chapel Pod, a man of many countries. If you guys aren't subscribed to Chapel Pod TV, what you doing? Let's say you're a single dude and you just trying to make your way around Brazil. You try to make your way around DR. Why you ain't subscribed to Chapel Pod TV? I'm trying to figure that. Especially this dude is like like what, 30, 29,
30.
You see what I'm saying? He just kicking in the door of looking back at in his 20s and saying, how did I survive all that? Oh, we all do that, Chop. Everybody hit 30, look back at your 20s and say, how did I survive all that? 30s are like Jurassic Park, the movies, okay? All the Jurassic Park movies you've been through, that's your 20s. Not my bad, not the 30s, but the 20s. All of your 20s, everybody that's in your 20s that's watching is nothing but a damn Jurassic Park. And you gonna look back soon as you hit the day you get 30. That's God's gift to you for your birthday. he gonna give you the. It's gonna be like, all of a sudden, his wisdom kick in at 30, day one, and you gonna look back at all your 20s. How the hell did I survive all that? That's what the 20s is. Okay. All right. Am I lying?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. It's
like
so I'm
like I did this, that time I did. The one time I woke up 3 days later in a car. What was I thinking? I jumped on top of a pool table. What was that all about? You know,
because I drugged myself.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, you know it's crazy. I had a zone out like that this week. I was standing in line somewhere, and I just zoned out like, damn, I used to wild out.
Oh man. Oh man, your 20s, man, is Jurassic Park. You be like, I remember that time I woke up with a death grip on the bottle. And there was nothing in it. I remember one time I woke up with a bottle like this. So your 20s, have your fun, enjoy yourself. But our point is, at the end of the day, that there's a lot of knowledge that's being brought through. Okay, I'm about to give with this question. Great question. I'm about to hit the super chat. Shout out to. I'm going to come back to this question. I'm about to hit the super chat right now. Black by Design says, I'm going to come back to you. Just subscribe to both. All right. That's what I'm talking about. You're going to get some good knowledge. Love listening to good content while I'm driving. You know what that hint is? Marcus put out new content. That's all that's saying. That's what I'm hearing. That's Andre's business mind of YouTube is hearing Marcus and your wife put out more content, because you guys are really. And the other thing that really caught my eye, and I mean this in all sincerity, it was almost kind of scary how parallel you guys were to us. You were the only couple. We've seen so many couples on YouTube that we really like. You were the only couple that made us feel like it's like watching ourselves when we first started.
Appreciate that, brother.
Seriously, man, it's so cool.
We had a blueprint to watch it. Now we can just follow that blueprint. Brother.
Yeah, man. I follow TaylorMade. I follow TaylorMade Dreams and Ace to the T. That's how I got to this point. And I kid you not, if you guys following Chopper Pie, you following our blueprint, go for it, man. Because I'm telling you, man, you and your wife have that personality, and I love this is the part. And I'm gonna shut up in a second. I love seeing the love that you both have for each other shine through that camera. Because I remember people used to say that about us, but we didn't get it. Why? We were on the camera, right. And there was nobody else, so we couldn't relate to anybody else when it came to. Oh man, we love how you and Andre just kind of like. I love the faces that Andrea make when you say something crazy, and then your wife look like. Or when you make something say something funny and Andrea start laughing, or when y'all guys kiss, or little things. And so I'm looking like, oh, okay, man, Andrea, like we taking it with a grain of salt. Right. But now looking at you guys, now we're looking like, oh, look at them. Oh. Now we get it. You guys have given us a platform to kind of look back at what people see about us. We see it in you guys. And so when I say make sure you guys subscribe to this channel, that's why I gave details. You already know Chopper Pie, king of insight for young. I'm gonna tell you something. Before there was an Austin, there was a Chopper Pie already doing this. I'll say it again. Before there was an Austin, there was a Chopper Pie already doing this. Chopper Pie been doing this. Ex-military brother, took care of his business, take care of his daughter, doing what needs to be done, just graduated with his degree, the whole thing in his 20s. So by the time he hit 30, he can live in any country he wants to. There is no excuse if you are younger or older for not living your dreams internationally. I have come here to Colombia with 20,000. And since I've been here in the last 5.5 years, 500,000, you ain't got no excuse. There was no way in the hell you're going to let a dude like me from the east side of Detroit make 500,000 legally in Colombia with my wife and dropped into this country with 20,000 cash. Y'all need your ass to kick. So there's no excuse. That's what our point is. So shout out to my man Black by Design. And Black by Design, listen to everybody. That's really good. So definitely. Let me go back. There's one I want to really hit that I just saw too.
The K2 visa, I
The
believe.
K2 visa. Thank you, brother. He said, anyone know anything about the K2 visa? The K2 visa is this, and you guys can look at a Chopper Pie if you want to, because we're going to start off with me, and then we're going to move over to Marcus in regards to how he thinks about this in DR, and then I want to hear what you have to say about the K2 in Brazil. K1 visa. We're going to start with K1. K1, you're married. You're married. You are married. You're going from the United States say, hey, that's your boo. You're married. You done jumped the broom, the whole thing. So now you're setting up and waiting for the K1 visa interview. That's K1. All right. 90-day fiance, they getting married. I mean, they're already married. K2 visa, 90-day fiance, they're getting married. This is the boyfriend girlfriend visa. This is the one that me and Andre applied for. Y'all don't know about that. A lot of guys don't remember this. I talked about this a couple of times. This is the one that we applied for the first year we were dating. Boyfriend girlfriend. She gonna come see me. K2. America. Now remember, we're talking about two countries. Remember this. Two countries.
Mm-hmm.
America can say, she good. Come on through. Colombia can say, oh, hell no. If there's no proof that that person is coming back to Colombia, even if America says she good, K2 visa, Colombia can say, hell no. You don't own nothing. You ain't got 3 bank accounts. You ain't got 4 jobs. You ain't got a partridge or a pear tree. No. We know our thank you, America, for approving. But yeah, as far as the girlfriend side with K2, no, we have no proof that when she gets to your country, America, that she's going to bring her little happy back home to Colombia. So no. So all you do that's hunting for these K2 visas is hard pressed to get that engagement. I gave her a ring. You got to jump through hoops in Colombia to get that K2 visa approved because she's your girlfriend and you gave her a ring. Now over to Marcus, they want to anchor with Chopper Pa in regards to how does the K2 visa in regards to your girlfriend visa work compared to the K1 visa. We don't have to talk about the K1, but just the K2 visa in DR.
I would have to pass that on to Chopper Pie. He probably has more knowledge on that than me.
Okay, so my experience in DR, the K2 visa, right? You can most of the time guys will come down to the DR, start the process there because they think it's a little bit cheaper. There's not really much of a difference whether you start it in the States or in the Dominican Republic. It ties back to like what Dre said. What's gonna bring this person back to the Dominican Republic? So a lot of the times people think like, oh, because I'm an American, I'm gonna apply for K2, I'm gonna marry this person, that the visas get approved. That's not the case. The person who you are engaging to, do they have a house in their name? How much do they have in their bank account? What type of job do they have? Basically, what ties do they have to their country that will bring them back? That will, be like, hey, I'm not just going to take this visa and run away. What ties do you have, right? And then if the visas get approved, you have 90 days to marry that person when you go to the States. Some of you guys think, oh, K2 is just for visiting, and then I'm going to go show off my baby to the fam, and we're going to go to Starbucks and David Buster's. Nah. You guys got to get married in that 90 days, or that visa gets kicked back. You lose your money, and you got to start that all over again.
That was my mistake. I thought K2, I kid you not, Andre and I thought K2 was boyfriend, girlfriend. She come here, I show off to the family. We go to the mall a couple of times. I'll send her home, and then a couple months later, I'm headed to Colombia to hang out anyway. I did not know, as Chop was saying, that it's for people that already plan on getting married. There is no boyfriend, girlfriend. This is what we're gonna do, and it's like 90-day fiance. But you still have to validate and show a lot of proof that you're ready to jump the broom with this person. It is not just for boyfriend, girlfriend. The mistake that we made. Absolutely correct. Good question. Really, really good question.
Great question, because a lot of dudes get that so confused, man. I've seen it on different people's live streams. Like, yeah, I got my girl, I'm about to apply for the K2 visa. She's about to come visit me, and then she's just gonna hop on a plane back home. No, most of the time, fellas, let's be honest, they're not gonna want to hop on that plane back home to begin with.
Right.
Next, if they don't get mad, if you guys don't get married at 90 days, it's not just her, getting her visa kicked back, whatever. You're gonna be under some hot fire too.
Like, what's going on? What happened? And then when she tries to come back, they're gonna be really gonna scrutinize her in regards to trying to come to the United States. They're gonna be like, well, wait a minute. Why should we give you another visa when you didn't get married on the K2 visa in which you were supposed to be getting married up under? What happened? And this is the same guy that you're still with. What's going on?
Yeah, I had 90 days. That's what they're gonna say.
And that's where the show 90 Day Fiance comes from. The K2 visa. Yep. Question for you guys. We're about to get a little grimy. We got 58 in the comments, 58 here. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Those who wasn't here earlier, hey, you missed some good information and you ain't gonna get it again. But what you are gonna get is questions. I got questions, guys. I was talking to Kosher Clinician earlier, right? And Kosher Clinician and I were talking about sex, right? This guy talking, right? One of the things that I said is one of the reasons I don't cheat on Andrea because I got relationship sex. I don't know how to have. My boys used to tell me, see, Dre, what your problem is, you don't know how to get in and get out like a robbery. You go in, you wanna sit back, you want to touch all the jewelry, you want to sit back and caress the vault instead of just getting what you need to get. Some dudes got relationship dick. Okay, let's put it out there. I got relationship dick. I don't know how to just have. In other words, I'm a person of passion. Some of you dudes be like, I got mine, you ain't get yours too bad. Me, I don't know how to cheat in a sense, or I don't know how to have a side chick in the sense of get in, get out without sitting back and giving it to her like she my number one boo. And so I used to get caught, not because the chick wanted to tell, but because I made her feel like she had a chance. So I don't cheat. One of the reasons, because I love my wife. But another reason, just being a man, I don't cheat because I know I got relationship dick. And some of you dudes, you will never be able to have a good woman or a single woman, or just enjoy a relationship. You got relationship dick. And if you do cheat, the side chick gonna feel like she got a chance. Is this one? Let's be honest. We in a barbershop. I'm Austin. I'm not. I'm pretending to be Austin, but I'm fucking up a haircut. For you guys, is one of the reasons that you may not have even thought about this. Why you don't sit back and hurt anybody, as far as your wife or anybody else that you've been in a relationship with cheating, is because you know you got relationship dick, like I got. You don't know how to just get in, get out, and just move on. You like don't stop all that crying. Stop all. This ain't your first. This your favorite. This ain't your first. This your favorite. I don't see. That's me. But some dudes are like me. You don't know the reason why you keep messing up in the United States and other countries. You don't know how you built for relationships, in other words. And even subconsciously, your body gives off the energy that you are built for relationships. So even when you're trying to cheat with something cheap, you still try to hit it like you trying to get a relationship out of it.
Hey, Jay,
this time we're gonna start with Chop, because I know Marcus got some thoughts. We're gonna start with Chop with this one.
Dre, I can relate 1,000%, and I say this because your birthday is like 10 days right before Scorpio hits. So, it's all about that passion. That relationship that you're talking about, I know what you mean, because when I'm smashing, it could be a girl that I can see myself with or a girl just for the night. I'm not being like dudes just smashing for the night. I'm smashing to be remembered. I'm smashing for you to think about me on your Uber ride home at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, damn, he reposted my pussy. Or I'm smashing, be like, yo, I'm getting those text messages in the middle of the day, like, hey, I just thought about you. Hey, I want to see you. No, I need to see you. I'm smashing to be remembered. I'm giving out that relationship dick like it's free samples in the food court. So I understand exactly what you mean. As far as that, not being a reason to cheat. When I was in my relationship in DR, cheating could have been so easy. So easy.
Mhm.
I mean, I was in a situation where I was living with my ex-girlfriend and we were working out in the gym in the complex, and the woman 3 buildings down wanted to smash the shit out of me. I mean, made it so evident up to the point where even the trainer that was training, everybody in the gym knew and would talk to me about it. So, but I knew I couldn't get into that because I'm like, listen, if I'm smashing, yeah, you look good, but I'm not smashing for the nut. I know the repercussions of it after, and cheating in Latin America, y'all gonna be like, yeah, I could get it going. I'm not talking about vacationing and cheating. I'm talking about living and cheating. I'm talking about Marcus living in Santo Domingo. I'm talking about Dre living in Cali, cheating and living in that country. You're not going to the airport in a few hours after you do your dirt. No, you're gonna wake up in Cali. You're gonna wake up in Santo Domingo, and seconds feel like hours. So you're like, damn, am I gonna get a crazy text message while I'm with my chick talking about, hey, it was good, or hey, I want to come over again. I've gotten one of those crazy text messages where some girl has sent me an ass picture. I didn't even smash. I'm waking up next to my girl. I'm like, good morning, man. Good morning. We all smiling, making jokes. Next thing I get a crazy ass picture. She's like, what's that? I'm like, oh, nothing. Just one of the group chats, one of the gay chats. It's hectic, yeah, in these Latin American countries, because you know how Latin women get, right? They're already spicy when they're not angry. They wake up spicy, right? Their blood levels are California Reaper, but to do some shit where they are justified to explode or whatever, like, nah, I didn't want to go through that.
Brother, I agree with you 100%. And a lot of other guys in the chat are saying the exact same thing. We're going to hear from Marcus.
Yeah, that relationship dick. I mean, you gotta have relationship dick if you think you gonna end up in a relationship and do what it takes. And the thing is, ain't nobody ever want to get accused to making love to one night stands and making love to to them hoes. I'm from Cali. We said we don't love them hoes, but you sitting up there making love and you were supposed to be done, and heading out. And next thing you know, she said he likes me, he really loves me. He's trying to make it nah. So, for me, when it comes to, it's one thing when you got a girlfriend, but I have a wife, man, and the value that I put on this, this relationship that I have with my wife, it's more valuable than the fact that I'm around all these beautiful women at all times and it's available. And so, when we're talking about how do we not cheat, I look at it like, when you first getting money, you might be super excited about it and throwing it around and all that and worried about it and all that. But there comes a time where you're used to having money and you operate like that. Once you live in the country, at some point you have to get used to being around these beautiful women, because they're here, they're available, and they're not going nowhere. And if you don't have the self-control, you don't have the discipline, then you're not on your time, you're on their time, and you can ruin everything you have. Because like Chopper Pot said, it's a difference in being on vacation versus being, boots on the ground in your relationship. So it's all about, how much do you value what you have? And you ask yourself, is it worth it for this to be in a situation that's your fault like that? Everything, because we all here trying to build something, bigger than what we have. In order for us to build that, we have to be the stand-up men that we said we were. If not, we're just like all the other men. So that's what keeps me from straying and jumping on the first thing, the first things smoking around here, because like we said, it never stops. But I know that I have something that's much more valuable than a moment. And plus, they're here, they're not going nowhere. They'll be here years from now. They're here now, they'll be here years from now. So you just get to the point where you have a mindset of, okay, this is what it is, but this doesn't move me. I'm in control of what I do, and I value what I value. And that's what keeps it, that's what keeps it strong.
I have to agree with you when you said that it never stops. I thought about that a couple years ago. Every morning that I wake up, somebody asked me this, a female asked me this, one of my female friends back home. Andre, how do you not, sleep around? And you surrounded by Brazil, Venezuelans, and Colombians. We talking about women that have won the Miss Universe more than 2/3 of the time. How do you not cheat? When you was in the States, you were just running through side chicks. And now you here where you could easily act a fool. And you ain't done nothing? Nothing. Drake, come on, nothing. And I have to agree with Marcus, because you start to discover, if you faithful, it's still here. If you ain't faithful, it's still here. When you get caught, it's still here. Sexy women are still here. And you go back to the States or whatever country you go to, heartbroken, these gorgeous women gonna be still here. Or if you decide to be a faithful husband, enjoy the life that you have with your wife, these women are going to be here. All men go through the temptations or the thoughts of it, but it's the fact, one of the things that helped me not feel tempted, I won't lie, because it's so much here.
Exactly.
You don't feel that, oh my God, I'm in a candy store. You like, yeah, I work in a candy store. So yeah, the same candy that you tripping on. Oh yeah. You notice the candy, you enjoy I like M&Ms and Snickers, but when you work in the candy store, it's completely different from being a customer walking through the front. Am I right, Marcus and Chapapa?
You're right.
It's different from being a customer walking through the front door of the candy store. So you like, yeah. Oh, that's all right. That's a new flavor of candy. All right. Well, what's that? Okay, strawberry Snickers. Okay, cool. But that's basically it. I go to the gym, the hottest chicks. I'm a man. I enjoy eye candy. But as far as pursuing, and they be looking at me like, hey, come get this number. You be like,
let me ask you this, Dre. When okay, let's say when you didn't have no money in your pocket, how did everything look that you wanted to buy when you didn't have no money in your pocket?
It looked amazing because I was like, I want to get that someday.
But when you have money in your pocket and you can afford some, how did it feel when you said, dang, I could get that right now, but
I didn't even buy it.
I'm deciding not to buy it. I can, but I'm gonna go ahead and it's like that.
It's like that. You at that point where you be like, is it worth my time? I gotta add batteries, not included. You know what I'm saying? She might be ahead. All those things you like, and is it worth it? Is it worth losing the love and when you've laid, especially for us, let's go back to the original topic, us long distance relationship dudes. we've sat back and been with a person, in my case, 3 years, long distance, and finally making it work as far as finally moving to Colombia. Your case, 7 years and making it work and moving to DR. It's too many dang years invested to give a sad chick, no matter how gorgeous she or successful she is, your time. And so that's why dudes be wonder why I always say I don't cheat, I dance. In other words, I'll pick the gorgeous chicks. We'll hit the dance floor. But as far as anything else, no, and again, no. Stefano, I'm gonna let you know if I see an avatar, brother, you already know I gotta let you go because I am not doing avatars. We're doing the live individuals on this channel. It doesn't look like you're coming in yet, brother. I'm gonna let you come in, and then we're going to bring you back into the studio.
I have a question that just dawned on me today when I was thinking about, just living abroad and just thinking about, the messages out there and thinking about how like brothers talk about how their relationship went wrong. My question is, what do you think? Brothers are quick to say, and the message out there that we're going to meet better women. You understand? So if that's the case, are you meeting better women and taking it for granted, or are you meeting better women and treating them better? Because a lot of dudes are coming here and taking it for granted that, oh, okay, I'm meeting all these better women and I have this to offer. So that means I can treat them, less than the better that I told everybody that they were. You understand? You're treating them regular. You're still doing your thing as if these aren't better chicks. You're actually able to get away with doing with the same thing you was getting away with doing in the States, as far as relationships go. So, my question is, since the message out there to the world is that we coming out here meeting better women, are we treating them like better women, or are we just, a king on the throne? Now I got better women that I can act the same with and think I'm gonna get different results, because these women here, they've already experienced dudes that ain't, shiznit. They've already experienced dudes that, do what dudes do. But are we better dudes or are we not better dudes? What are we?
Right. And that goes back to, I'm glad how you put that, and I want to hear what Chopper Pot and then Stefano in the building. I want to hear what Stefano has to say about this as well, in regards to the better dudes part. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean from my perspective. There came a point in my relationship with Andrea, while I'm still going back and forth in those 3 years, I had to stop smashing chicks in the States since she wasn't smashing nobody in Colombia. Since she sat back and she was like, you know what? Everybody gone from my phone. I ain't talking to no exes. You the only one. There was a minute where I was like, "Ooh, she won't know, do I keep on doing my thing, or am I really gonna be into this thing for the long distance relationship for real? Every man's gonna get to that point. Not that because she's smashing other dudes, but you gonna get to that in my line, guys. Am I gonna still keep smashing chicks in the States? Because I can get away with it. She ain't got no proof, no evidence, ain't nobody in my crib, ain't no panties sitting in the background of a video. And so you get to that point where you're like, okay, I'm gonna really take this serious. I want to hear what Chopper Pie has to say. Then we're gonna go to Stefano, and then we're gonna come back to market anchoring.
I think we could keep it really simple, and I want to answer your other question after, Dre, about
Go ahead.
the notion. No, when we get back to about the notion of Dominican, the women in DR, but I think it's as simple as us as men having to realize there's nothing wrong with giving our best to someone who's giving their best to us, right? At what point are we gonna stop doing it for the fellas and start doing it for ourselves, or start doing it for the person who's in our corner through the sunshine and the storms. And when I say do it for the fellas, doing it for the fellas is like, the barbershop talk, like, I got this body, or I smashed it, this and that, and I'm doing everything. And then meanwhile, right, Dre, when you met Andrea, it wasn't just just another notch on the belt, or just another notch on the bedpost. Nah, it wasn't none of that. It was somebody you met after your time in the States, in a different country, in their home, choosing you and giving you the best of themselves. So at some point, gentlemen, you have to ask yourself, like, when do you start giving back the same things you're receiving?
Ooh, good point. We want to hear what Stefano has to say in regards to, what in regards to, like you said, when do you start? I love how you put that. When is your turn to give or sacrifice for the survival of your long distance relationship, or let's say it's not long distance, you're living in that particular country. When is it your time to start sacrificing, like you plan for her to start sacrificing? Stefano.
I think you start sacrificing the moment you realize you got a great catch. Like
that's a good one.
It shouldn't be that hard. I mean, it's common sense. You know when you got a good woman and when you don't got a good woman, especially at our age. Like I'm not saying you can't have that type of mentality when you're young either, but for us older gentlemen, I mean, you said it already, Andre. We don't have time to sit around and play around and play games. So we have to choose who we share our energy with sparingly. So it's not hard to tell when you got a catch. Like when you're young, sometimes you feel like I can find another one. It might be 15 years later before you find another good woman. So when you find that one, you got to try to take full advantage of the situation. And like, I want to answer your question, like what you asked about the long distance portion of it.
Uh-huh.
So for most people, men in particular, most men who are trying to do something like what you did, which is like move to another country, and you end up meeting someone there, you have to be mature enough to understand that this person knew somebody before you. You're not the only man this person probably has ever been with in their life. They got friends. Their friends got friends. They go out with people, right? So if you meet someone in another country while you're there, and you feel like you two can develop this connection and it can work long distance, you got to take your time with it just to make sure that this is exactly what you want to do. Then once you realize it, you go forward with it.
Absolutely correct. Yep. It is about patience and time, but it is about what you stated. Once you realize that this is the person, because that fork in the road does come. It's gonna come. Some of you guys, you're gonna be with some of the most gorgeous women, and you're gonna meet that one, and y'all gonna get close, and that fork in the road will hit us. And we're on here for Cortez have to say next, but that fork in the road will hit us, and now you got a choice. I could keep on smashing some of the hottest chicks, or I can be with my hot chick and see where this goes.
I got a friend going through it right now. I swear.
So somebody's got the live stream on.
We'll give a shout out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give a shout out to the panel. Free, what's up, Free?
Shout out to the panel in the building.
Cortez, where you been at, my guy?
Man, I'm here living the dream.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
I just wanted to chime in on this. Dre, you're an outlier, not the rule. You're the exception. Most men, black men, are not moving to other countries, and long distance relationships are very difficult, and you need both people. It takes the two right people for a long distance relationship to work. So one person may be able to deal with it, but the other person may not. And it's very difficult. And not even long distance. I mean, long distance, Other countries, that's something else. But even long distance in different states is difficult. And those that can do it, if you got two people that can do it, I mean that's great. But that's far and few in between. It's not the rule. It's an exception. And I do say that I agree with the panel that if you got a good woman, you don't cheat on her. But also, let's also play devil's advocate. Let's be real. You got people that have been married 30, 40 years. You think nobody ever cheated?
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, but something has happened, but they move forward. They forgive and move forward. Divorce wasn't the first option. It was the last option. So we look at our grandparents and all that, and not great grandparents, but grandparents have been married 30, 40 years. And if you say nobody's cheated in that relationship, I mean, I think you're just being naive.
Good point.
I think they learned to move past it. I don't think cheating is the end all and be all of a relationship. Me personally, I could forgive cheating, but I just got to understand the reason why. And if it's something that's going to continue, that's not going to work. But I got to understand why it happened. And we got to figure out how we move forward. So if you cheating with a dude that you work with and you're going to keep working there, ain't going to happen. Because a lot of times you don't got to worry about the guy that's in the club. You got to worry about the guy that's in the cubicle next to her that's telling her that she looks nice when you're not telling her that. And they go on to lunch and laughing and kikiing and all that. That's the guy you got to worry about. Not the one in the club, because she going in the club with her guard up and she got her girls. She's not trying to hear none of that. But the guy that sits in the cubicle next to her, she's not even thinking about him, and it just happens.
As an ex-guy in the cubicle,
me too. I know.
To them, statistics show. I forgot what the term is called. Man,
work husband.
Not the work husband. I know about that, but it's a scientific term that talks about how you've been around somebody so long that a woman in her mind would never cheat with him, like on a walking down the street, or like he was like Cortez was saying in a club situation. But I forgot the term. I always knew the term.
He's the one that notices when her hair is done. He's the notice when
you built a relationship.
Her perfume. He noticed, like he's the one that notices the things that you don't notice because you live with her, and who cares? But he does. And I've been that guy, so I know.
But the cool part of Cortez is, you guys that live in Brazil or in DR or any parts of South America can attest to this. Compliments to a woman is like breathing. It's a part of relationships. I don't know how many times throughout the day I give Andrea compliments. I love you. The amores. It's almost like in the Latin community, even though there's a huge cheating amount in the Latin community, but you still find that you find yourself doing things to compliment your loved one that you didn't do in the United States or you weren't doing when you were outside the Latin community. Am I correct? I find myself being a totally different person, a charming person.
I think DR. I think it's a thin line. As far as when you have Dominican men are affectionate as far as like holding their woman's hand when they walk into a restaurant or something to let everybody know that this is my woman. Yeah. But as far as one-on-one and being very affectionate one-on-one, it's not so much.
I got you. I agree with that.
Can I chime in?
With that. Because that's one of the reasons why. You know what? Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. It's almost as if American black men have somebody that they're tired of, and the Latin women in these other countries have somebody that they're tired of, and we both come together and work well because what it was about the women in our country that we were tired of, and the things that they were tired of about their men in their country. We feel that void, and it's easier to work with us. Is a lot of people in the United States don't realize it's really not about our monies. It's not about getting a visa or a green card like they think. But I think it's because women in the United States don't realize there's some things we're tired of as men, especially men of color in the United States. And then women always talk about that machista in the in South America or in other countries, that they're like, I'm tired of that. And so when the American man comes and listens to them or hear their opinion or little things, they're like, this is what I was looking for. And we're like, this is what I was looking for. Am I correct, guys?
It could be a blessing.
Somewhat. Let me jump in real quick. Somewhat. So it's like the woman that doesn't want the good man. She wants the bad one to be good.
Oh, good point.
So
no. Cortez, repeat that. That was such a good deal.
Yeah.
It's like the woman that doesn't want the good man. She wants the bad man to be good.
And when the bad man don't be good, all men ain't. Yeah.
Oh, the bad man ain't gonna be good.
No, ever.
I mean, women say there are no good men, but the good men are the ones they got in the friend zone. And won't let them in. They want the bad one to be good. That's what it is. And I don't know about Colombia. I can't speak on Colombia, but I can speak on DR. The Dominican women, they like the way American men treat them. They're not machista. They treat them better. However, the thing is, with the culture and not understanding culture and the language, and then also the stigma that if you're with an American guy, it's for money or you're so there's a stigma behind it. So it's very difficult, and I understand both sides. So they want the Dominican men really to be more like American, but they don't. I don't know. American men, they will, unless you really understand what's going on, they will look at an American man like they'll like the way you treat them, but then they'll also may look at you as being weak.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, because they do. One of the reputations, one of the ways that the Dominican men look at us is that we soft. You know, we come here, we give them everything they want, and then that's why they come to us. But what we always got to remember, and that's what's so important about learning the culture. It's a masculine culture, and so we always talk about the extremes and the machismo, but there's some in between that, be a man.
So the in between is
hey, guys, hold on. Somebody's got the live stream still going on the other, whether you got it on another TV or another, whatever it may be.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Yeah, there's a bad echo that's messing up the stream. So if anybody has it still running, the live stream, check and see if you have it on another part of your phone or another, so you can turn that. In other words, turn the other one off that you were watching on. Turn that one off, and then just stay in the live stream that you're in right now.
I don't think it's the live stream. I think it just might be an echo because your voice is current with the echo.
But the only way I know about the current echo is going through somebody's phone or somebody's live.
Cortez, check your feedback.
My feedback. I don't have anything else on. I'm just on my phone. I don't have anything else on.
Okay, cool. Muted.
So, Dre, I've been writing down my notes. I want to get my point across, and I'm glad Cortez came in to speak for the DR. So, a few points I want to get across. We brought up work husband, right? The work.
Hey guys,
husband.
hold on, chop. Before you go any further, keep that thought. Let's all put ourselves in mute while Chop talking.
Cool. Perfect. So we all brought up the work husband situationships, right? That works for long distance relationships also, folks. Do not get it twisted. I could speak for myself. maybe Cortez could come and give some stories with his experience living in DR. For those of you who don't know, Cortez lives in DR. But the work husband situation happens in Dominican Republic, right? What did I say earlier in the live? Can't place value on sex. Sex in Latin America is like a bag of chips, easily accessible for everyone. And in Latin America, especially the Dominican Republic, the number one thing you could win with is your availability and time, right? Personal story. I myself, right, have been in situations with women in the Dominican Republic, right? I'm single. They'll either come out and say they're single, or they'll come out and say, hey, I got this situationship with a man going on in the States. He helps me out. He pays the rent, this and that, and the third, and he comes every few months. But where is she telling me all of this, gentlemen? Right next to me in my bed, right? So we got to keep that in mind that, you know, that the work husband mentality travels, right? If you want to do a long distance relationship, you have to ask yourself about, okay, boom, am I understanding the culture? Am I understanding that this woman can really be faithful X amount of miles away for X amount of months away, right? You can't force someone to be faithful. You can't force someone to do what you want to do, because I can't tell you time and time again how it has happened. And it hasn't happened with me with Dominican men. It's happened with me with American men. American men who...
Let me jump in, Fred.
Yeah, go ahead.
I couldn't trust the one living in my house, sleeping next to me, to be faithful. So there's no way I'm gonna trust somebody, miles away to be faithful. That's just me. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah,
and then on top of that, if it's in the Caribbean, where everybody's already dressed half naked anyway because of the weather, and everybody's already todo el mundo son caliente. Yeah, I'm not trusting that at all. I'm just gonna, keep it for what it is. And when I come, that's what it is. And when I'm gone, that's what it is. But there's no way I'm gonna be sitting in DC and thinking some girl in DR is sitting there with her legs crossed, waiting for me to get back. For me, it's just unthinkable.
That's casi imposible, as you would say in Espanol. Because I've had Dominican men tell me straight, like, hey, listen, if there's a chick I'm trying to crack the code, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy a 6-pack of Corona or Presidente, drive us to the beach, maybe get us some food. Maybe we'll probably go half of the bill, or I'll take the full bill, depending how good she's looking that day. And then when we leave, she already know what the deal is. And this is coming from a Dominican man born and raised in the Dominican Republic. So if it's that easy to crack a code with a 6-pack at half a day at a beach, right? Now think about yourself.
Look at this, Free. I don't know where everybody's from on the panel, but do you guys got cabanas wherever you live at in the States? Have you ever seen a cabana?
Nah, I never seen a cabana.
No, I know cabanas.
Okay. DR has, they got more cabanas than people.
They're like 7-Elevens out there.
Right. So they wouldn't have so many if they weren't always in use. And cabanas are things to use for discretion. So somebody's always creeping with somebody. That's why they have so many. They're in business for a reason.
That shouldn't be.
They're busy for a reason.
Let me chime in a little bit, because I appreciate you brothers' experiences. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to say that there's a lot of women that can't be trusted. My personal experience is, the way I enter a relationship is, when it comes to trusting a woman, yeah, I'm gonna start off with what I see. Because it doesn't matter if I'm here in Colombia or in the States or in Thailand. And I'm speaking on relationships, because I'm not sure, what level of relation. I mean, I'm at the marriage stage, but I'm not sure what level, Brother Cortez said, you don't trust none of them, and I'm, I come from where we say we don't love them hoes, but I just think each brother, chooses the type of women that he likes, and he takes it to the level that he's going to take it. Because if I was to rely on women, where would I be? I come into it as the man, and it's just like I said about, the culture and the machismo. Yeah, that may not make a woman be faithful, but I have to believe what I bring to the table is what's going to keep mine faithful. And on top of that, how would I be able to continue a productive relationship if I'm thinking that my woman's going to cheat on me? I don't deal with the what ifs, I deal with what's in my face, and what I find out about. If I find out about it, then I got to deal with it. And that's the same in every relationship. But, when you come into this, when you're dealing with a woman, and, I don't even know if you call what you have relationships or not. And I don't know what level, the woman you're laying next to, where you take it. But yeah, I understand the culture and everything. And I understand the cabañas, and I understand that there's a lot of women that get down, but there's a lot of women that get down everywhere. And I think that it's up to you as a man to be able to choose what you're looking for, as opposed to just choosing what's available. And so, what I stand on is what I stand on, no matter what country I'm in. I'm gonna choose what's right for me, and I'll deal with it, when it comes. Because like I said, you can have a woman that's good and a dude that's good, and it doesn't work out, but if I, as long as I stand on mine and she doesn't stand up to what she's supposed to stand up to, who took the loss? Who took the L? She loses. And I'm the same dude, you know what I'm saying? And I'm the same good dude, and I'm the same dude of value, and move on to the next one that's for me. But I'm just saying that because I noticed the vibe kind of changed, into, back to, the women ain't no good. And I can't ride with that, because I have a good one until she shows me something different.
Or I'm not saying the women aren't good.
For a second, I want to hear what, and thank you, gentlemen, for your commentary. I actually was going to anchor with Marcus, because I knew what he was going to say, because I say the same thing about here in Colombia. I hear guys give great, statements and arguments that I couldn't argue against, for the most part, about their experience. I repeat, their friends' experience. And don't forget just your thoughts, Stefano. Their experience in Colombia. But I have to admit, if I were to line up, let's say if I'm in DR, I'm fresh off the boat. If I were to line up all y'all women that's just on this panel and in this comment section, can we say that most of them, I could say, let's put Marcus' wife, put her right there. Can we really say that most of them carry themselves in a way that his wife has and her friends have, to where we can sit? And I've sat back and I watch female YouTubers that live in DR that are professional women that interview other professional women, and they're like, I'm like this, I'm like that, I don't do this, I don't do that, I would be this, that, and do that. And you're looking at this head nurse, and that if you've ever dated a head nurse in the States, you're like, yeah, I recognize that type of, or if you ever dated head of business or manager in the States, you're like, yeah, I could see I know her mindset. So could I really sit back and could I go to DR and line all the Chopper Pies women up, or the type of women that he would deal with, and say that they are at least somewhat equivalent to what Marcus would be attracted to what, compared to what I would be, or what Chopper Pie would be attracted to? My point is, and once again, I'm going to Stefano after that, there is a responsibility that we have if you gravitate, because we know this universe works like a clock. It's a clock. is a magnetic clock, and like only attracts like. And if I was attracting professional, business-minded, good women in the States, remember I always say the reason why I moved out of the United States was not the women, because already if I wanted to stay in the States, I would have had every type of woman that was a good woman in the States. So I didn't have a problem with finding somebody married. It's just I didn't want to be in the States because of so many other benefits of not being in the States. So those type of women, guess what? I gravitated to in Colombia. So I'm female politicians, smash. Smash. Lawyers. Female business owners in Colombia, smash. Females that run this or run that, smash. I married a tax accountant. It's not coincidental for me, but if you aren't the type of brother that gravitates or attracts those type of, and I'm not saying all women in professions are all good and they ain't smashed, because listen, I done met some nasty ones, some real nasty ones that got like they making 6-7 figures, so they nasty the ones. But my point is that if you go to DR and if I would, let's be real, guys, if I could sit back and line up your women to Marcus's type of women, and not saying that Marcus is greater, can we really sit back and say that his wife or women that are like him are equivalent to your barrel of women that you've attracted? You see what I'm saying? That's what my point is. You guys can come from your perspective. They're my boys, they're my other partners. But if I line up your partners, chicks, and I line up dudes, let's even talk about Marcus. If I came to DR, Dre, and I'm living in DR, I promise you, most of the women that you guys might be attracted to might not even walk in this circle that are women that I'm attracted to. Because I know Dre, if you ain't at the fundraiser, I ain't got no time for you. If you ain't
well, then here's another thing too, Dre.
Feeding the kids, I ain't got no time for you. If you ain't in a church, a mosque, or a temple, I ain't got time for you. But we're going to hear what Stefano has to say. And then we're going to go to Cortez, and we're going to anchor with Chopper Pie, because I know Chopper Pie always writes down. So I already know that Chopper Pie has that. But we're going to go with Stefano. Then we're going to hear what you have to say, Cortez. And you don't have to agree with anything. I love when guys don't agree, because we always or agree, because we always give good content and we always learn from each other.
Definitely.
But so we're going to go to Stefano, because we haven't heard from him in a while. Then Cortez, do not forget your thoughts, brother, because I really want to hear what you have to say, because you are there. And I'm one of those correct me if I'm wrong type dudes. And then we're going to anchor with Chopper Pie. But remember what I mentioned. If can I line up your boys or the type of dudes, women, if I could just line all 90 of them up, can I really sit back and put his wife or the wife of all the other brothers that I've seen that's happily married in DR, can them women, them 90, really match up to the guys that's happily married in DR? Because if they can't, just like in Colombia, I don't want to hear them complaints about Colombia, because I see what type of women, them 90, that them dudes be attracted to. But then they be looking at me like I'm a miracle. I'm like, no, I ain't no damn miracle. I just sat back and looked at your 90 and I said, I don't want them 90. That's the difference. So let Stefano have his point, and then we're going to go to Cortez and hear what you have to say. And then Chopper Pie, we're going to anchor with you, brother.
Muted.
We can't hear you.
Stefano's muted.
What I was going to say is what you already just said. You are what you attract. What you project out into the universe, it gives you right back, right? So if you go into any kind of situation thinking negatively, you're going to get that right back, whether it's relationship, job, or whatever. You can't go into something and thinking, well, this is going to happen. I just can't trust it. You have to go into it knowing that I'm going to be the best person that I can be. And if it don't work, it don't work. And it's not going to be because I didn't do what I was supposed to do, because I'm going to give it my full effort to make it work. Usually it's not going to be you if you go into it with that type of mentality.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point. Cortez, let's hear what you have to say, brethren.
Okay, I say that you're right and you're wrong as far as what you attract is what you attract. I think some guys come to DR and the kind of girls they want not going to want them because they don't speak the language, they don't understand the culture. So yeah, you may want the politician or whatever, but if you don't speak the language, she's not going to want you. And if you out here mongering, she's not going to want you. So these are some of the things that we got to take into account when we're moving it. And a lot of times, I don't blame the women, because a lot of times the men lead with their wallets. So what else is she supposed to do? If you meet a girl at a club and she's talking about everything she's gonna do to you in bed, are you ever gonna be thinking about her like a wife? So at the same time, if a girl meets a guy and he's talking about everything that he can pay for, is she ever gonna really look at him as somebody more than ATM? So it ain't. I don't really blame her. I don't blame her. I mean, I blame some of the guys that leave with their wallets. But then it goes back to a lot of guys come here that don't have the social skills, but have the economics in some cases where they can come here and say, hey, I can do this. I can, you know, I can do whatever financial thing he can do. He can say that. And then he equates that to, because I can do this, then she's going to care for me. But that's not going to make her care for you. It's going to make her, you know, financially stable, but that doesn't make her care for you.
Great.
And I think brothers need to understand the difference. And I think they need to really take account to how they get these women. Because if you get them with your wallet, that's the only way you're going to keep them.
And it's kind of funny that you would say that before we go to Chop. Wednesday, Andre and I did a live stream, and one of the things that I admitted on the live stream is Andre could have got me.
You were moving too
fast. I didn't. No other one. Everybody else, they got their back beat. All the professional women that I met in Colombia, Medellin, Bogota, they got their back beating. Cause I was like, you know, but with Andrea, I was so happy, and I was like, this is gonna be the one that I began to lead with my money. And she could have easily, we said this on the live stream, she could have easily been like, oh, I got one of the things that saved me. Not saying that this was a sign she was a great woman. No, I was stupid at that moment. That saved me, that she didn't, like Cortez was saying, take advantage of me, but she easily could have. So he's right. A lot of us make the mistake that even when we find the one who initially we may not have led with money, but eventually we start leading with money. And fortunately, in my case, that person wasn't going for it. But it could have easily like been somebody else, and I could have got caught up on the same thing that Cortez was saying. So that's why I try to make it seem like, hey, I didn't do it all perfect. I just was fortunate in some areas that Andre didn't take advantage of me. Like I kid you not, I'm gonna tell you guys a story that I haven't told in years before I let Chop talk. We just got this apartment. And Andre buying I'm sending the money to buy the furniture for this and that, get the king size and blah, 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 and so forth and so forth. Ace comes out with a video. Now, remember me and Ace like this. He comes out a video. A lot of you guys remember it, the Western Union Poppy video.
Oh.
I see that video, and psychologically it boom. Now, mind you, I'm not sending money through Western Union. I'm just sending from her bank account to my bank account. I mean, from my account to her account. So I'm like, yeah, she might be. And I fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. I ain't called Ace. I told Ace about this about 2 or 3 years ago, right? But this was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So I fall for it. I call Andrea, blah, 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 the money, blah, blah, so forth and blah. Andrea say, calm down. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Now, I'm not cursing, but I'm coming with the accusations. Andrea says, calm down. Call you back in 5 minutes. I forget I'm talking to a tax accountant. She comes back, calls me back, video chat, video.
With the paper.
Every receipt that I had. She said it added up to be da 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 da. Now I'm thinking I should have this month, at least this much, and that you should still have. Andre had 3 times that much. 3 times the amount of money that I thought that it should be this amount in the account. She had 3 times that amount. She said, I only spent blah, 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 this because I found the deals on that and the deal on, and I was able to get this and that, and they delivered it on this, that. I got all the deals. And so I got over, dude, in that time period, just for the furniture, it was like 3,000. I'm thinking I should have at least 500. Andrea's sitting on 2,000. So when I sit back and I say that I'm leading with the money, I know what Cortez was saying, because you can make that mistake of leading with the money. And fortunately for me, I didn't get got. But any other female could have got me easily for that extra. Like I said, I'm thinking I only have 500. We should at least have 500. Andrew's like, no, we're sitting on 2,000. What you talking about? What's wrong with you? Man, I told Ace that story years later. He was cracking up. but my point is that just like Marcus is saying, there are good women, but we have a problem with gravitating to what dudes don't never want to admit this when it comes to DR. You only are attracting what you was already attracting in the States. Dude don't never want to admit that in DR.
And then think about this, Dre.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. And you know, I appreciate the story you just told, because the way you told the story, whose fault would it have been if she would have got you? Me. That's the thing, and we talk a lot about accountability, but when it comes to the brothers, all of a sudden accountability goes out the window, that we blame other women for not having. You got to choose right, man. And we're not saying that it's easy. We're not saying that there's not a little bit of luck involved, because success is not easy and there's a little bit of luck involved. Mm-hmm. Am I right or wrong?
Correct.
So a lot of times, when the things that brothers are talking about when they say the women aren't good, look, I'm not settling down with no woman that's not good. And guess what happens if I do? Guess whose fault it was? It was my fault. I can't sit there and keep saying these women this and these. I'm the man. It's my relationship. I'm the one that's creating this world for this relationship. I'm the one that brought this relationship here. I'm the one that did. This is me. So if it doesn't go right, I'm the one that chose wrong. It's not her. If she does something crazy, then you know what that means? That means I picked a chick that does something crazy. You understand? I could be fooled, but guess what that means? That means I was fooled, and I need to not be fooled again. You understand? This is on us. We men. We gotta stop talking about what the women did to us, or what the woman might do to us. Or this woman is like this or this. Look, you the one chose her. I chose what I chose, and if whether it goes right, or great or wrong, I can't sit there and say, this, it's all these women wasn't no good, because that's in a way that's me saying, yeah, she fooled me. That's my fault. When you get got in the streets, because you were looking left when you should have been right, that's a learning experience. The streets are gonna be the streets. You're supposed to know what's going on. You got to make the choices whether to go down this block. You got to make the choices, you know, whether to go to this club. You got to make all of these choices. But for some reason, when we go international, now it's on the women. After we just got done talking about, you know, we leaving these women over out here to come, you know, find us. But a lot of times, like I said, men ain't choosing. Men are getting chosen. And like, yeah, men are falling in love, you know, instead of building a relationship and letting the love grow. Because, you know, it's just like me being in a 7-year long distance relationship. People could say all kinds of what ifs. I don't live in what ifs. I live in what is, because if you live in what ifs, you will never have anything, especially if they negative what ifs. There's always a what if could happen, but what kind of dude are you? What are you able to produce? What kind of woman are you able to choose? What are you able to do to build her up into more of a woman than she was when you met her? You know, because that's when we start missing we start like not putting these men qualities that are needed in place when we start talking about why something went wrong. And that's why I said earlier about we saying, oh, these are better women when we go international, better women than what the choices we had. But are we being better men? And better men means that, you know, you're able to choose better as well, you know, instead of taking it for granted that, I like what Chopper Pa said about don't put value into the sex. Right. Don't put value in the beauty either. How much beauty is there? It's beauty everywhere. So how much value you putting into that? Too much if you're not used to it. Because
let me add on to that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think timing is everything. I think that no matter how good of a man or woman you are, you're never going to be good enough for somebody that's not ready for that.
Exactly.
So if somebody's in a stage of life where they're not ready for that, doesn't matter how good you are. You can be the best man or woman in the world, but if somebody's not ready to receive that, it's just not going to work. And I personally think the rite of passage is like a woman has to go through her heartbreaks in order to really appreciate somebody that's going to be good to her. And I think a man does too. You got to go to the finals and lose before you can really appreciate winning.
Good point. We're gonna go. Let me finish. Cortez, finish your thought. My bad, big brother.
No. If it never rained, would you ever appreciate the sunshine?
I know. You know what? I got from coming from up north. That is so true. The winter time comes, drive you crazy. But when it's summertime,
as soon as it hits 70 degrees, you running out there and loving it.
Yes, you do. You appreciate summertime way more than people in Florida do.
And me living in DR, I don't appreciate it anymore because it's always I don't appreciate it. I feel it.
You see what I got on? It is cold here.
Right,
I have fun with that.
Hey, I wanted to show you this based on what Cortez
in regards to all what we were discussing.
I wanted to show you this right quick about what Cortez said about a woman not being ready, because I was doing this. I'm still editing, but I was doing this video about 5 reasons you're not ready for a long distance relationship. But you know what number 5 was? I don't know if you guys can see that, but it says
you're not in a relationship with a woman who's ready for a long distance relationship.
She's not ready.
But it takes special people to do that, though. It's not not just anybody can do long distance relationships. Exactly. It takes two special people to do it together, because it's hard when a woman when she needs to vent and she just needs somebody to hold her or something, and you're not there. Or in the same thing, when a man just needs to be around a woman, needs a woman's touch, and she's not there. It's very difficult. And it's even more so than this. It's say I was visiting a woman 4 times a year and I come 5 days, even I come a week, I come 7 days, 4 times a year. That's 28 days out of the year. As humans being in relationships, we need more than that. It takes 2 special people. Yeah, I need to get mine more than
Oh,
28 days
see,
a
now,
year.
now there we go. There we go. You see where you go with the eye? That's what I was reaching for. Because the reason why I say that, in all sincerity, Cortez and others that are on the panel or in the chat, the reason why I brought this topic up is because there are those of us that are so focused on when we get to the state, our monk mode and making our money, that to sit back and I gotta have more smashing time than just 28 days a year. This ain't gonna work for me. For some of us, that was cool because I can focus on making my money to get the heck out of the United States. And some dudes, Cortez, you could get out, but there's a lot as far as the states. But as far as other dudes, they're so focused on I gotta have my intimacy, they never make it out the states. And when they do come, they only visit. And their dream initially, the dream had always been to get to leave the states, but they so busy focusing on the smashing, they only get a chance to visit other countries and not get out the states because they never took the monk mode. But go ahead, Cortez, and then we're going to
Dre, it's not only about smashing; it's still about intimacy, not just the smashing. It's about intimacy. It's about going out to movies. It's going to the park. It's doing things together. There's still other things besides that, besides FaceTiming and talking on the phone. So there are other things that are intimate, but that are not sexual, that couples do. And 28 times a year aren't going to suffice for most people. That's why I said it takes two special people to have those long distance relationships. Yeah. Because not just any two people that care about each other can do it. You can love each other all you want, but that doesn't mean you can do the long distance relationship. It takes two special people to do that.
Absolutely correct. I was actually about to head back to repeat what you said at the beginning, but you already did it. Absolutely. It does. It's not built for everybody. We're wired different. The woman as well as the man is wired completely different to be able to accomplish what we've accomplished. On to Chopper Pa. He's been waiting for a while and taking notes. It's all yours, big brother.
Listen, y'all, my notes going to be a little bit all over the place, so bear with me.
Take your time.
And Cortez, I know I'm going to say some stuff that's going to make you want to jump out your seat, but hold on. First off, what Marcus said about the what ifs, I absolutely love that. And that's something I'm trying to live on now. And that's something I recommend everybody try to live on. Don't focus on the what ifs. Focus on what's in your hands and what you can control. Now, go for it. Marcus, I wanted to ask you, how long have you had, so altogether with your relationship and your marriage, how long have you been together with your woman in the Dominican Republic?
How long have I been here in DR?
No, how long have you been in your relationship?
We've been together, man, 12 years now, 7 years long distance relationship, and we've been married almost 4 years.
Okay,
so
cool.
Almost 12 years.
Okay, and a while back, I noticed you said tonight is the first night, correct me if I'm wrong, that you've heard the stigma about the women in the Dominican Republic.
No, tonight's not the first time. It's okay. So when we started the channel, I got more homed in on YouTube, and then we've been on a few other channels and stuff, and the question kept coming up about women in DR, and also in the groups. I noticed that the sentiment about DR was, like this, right?
Okay. So as a married man,
Mm-hmm.
and you and Dre are both married, and this question is over to both of you guys. As a married man, do you feel that you two stop checking and paying attention to things you normally pay attention to once you're in your marriage?
It's possible.
Okay. I asked that question because I feel like, and I'm going to use this analogy, in those movies when people are being chased by the monster and then everybody gets into the elevator and there's always that one person that doesn't make it and the elevator door closes, right? I feel like you, Marcus, made it into the elevator and you didn't see what happened when the door closed. So the door closing, right, is the current situation going on in the Dominican Republic right now. You have your good one. You're married. You have your great one. You've been together for 12 years, right? But with that being said, you've stopped paying attention to certain things going on in the outside world because, let's be honest, it didn't have nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with your household. It was things out of your hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with Dre's channel, I'm trying to educate, the masses. There's two sides of the coin. There's a successful side and there's the dark side that nobody wants to talk about, right? In the DR, there's something called tigeraje, right? And Cortez can speak on this later. Tigeraje is basically taught in the schools. Tigeraje is the hustle, but worse than the hustle, it's the art of getting over on anyone, anywhere, any time of the place, any time of the year. It doesn't matter the situation. Tigeraje is I always have to get the last shot off.
Mm-hmm.
In my time in Dominican Republic, I've met good people. Not a lot of people. Like my circle is very, very small. And the one common thing where I could agree with El Lobo's comment earlier is it got crazy to me, and it wasn't until the end of my tenure in Dominican Republic that Dominican people would warn me about Dominicans. And to be more specific, Dominican women would warn me about Dominican women as an American living there full time. They'll always say, "Oh, hey, listen, be careful, with these women out here." They won't say women from Wesley. They just say these women. It's always be careful, be careful, be careful. It's always bad intentions. And women, I would take that 100% because women are around each other more in the Dominican Republic. They're in the salons, they're in work, they're in the cajitos going home, all that stuff. Another thing I have in my notes is, Marcus, while you were married and focused on your marriage and everything, things that didn't pertain to you were going on in the world, American influence has negatively affected Dominican Republic, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of social media, in terms of how to act, in terms of
I heard your uncle used to say Cardi B single-handedly ruined.
oh yeah, definitely 1,000% has, and that was another problem I had when I was up there. Just it being so close to the States, it's like every time the wind blew, it just blew over like negative influence. So part of the matrix you can find if you pay attention. Really, you could really see it in the Dominican Republic, and it has really grown from the time you started 12 years, right? And going to that is a trend going on. If we don't count the good women, right? Where are the good women now? The good women are married or in happy relationships. If we don't count them, in my opinion, YouTube, in my experience, not even just my opinion, my experience, there's more bad than good. Why is there more bad than good? Good women are gone, already married. Not saying that there's none left, but it's very, very hard to find because there's more bad than good. You can find them, but it'll take a lot of vetting, a lot of work. Why? Because now there's something these days, and it happens in almost every country, called the long game, right? The long game is when a woman can come to your face, present everything that you're looking for in her, and then whether it be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the tables turn and you're asked out because she got what she needed, her goals, whatever it was, but just what you thought was real wasn't. That's the long game. The long game is very real in these days. The Dominican Republic is not Colombia. It's not Brazil. It's not Argentina. Why I mentioned the comparison is because the Dominican Republic is literally an island, half of an island to be exact, right? So if all the married women, if all the good women are married, all the good women are gone, and there's more bad people than good, according to the Dominicans who were born and raised there, on an island, what do people think is going to happen? What happens when a zombie apocalypse breaks out on an island and there's no mainland to run to? It's a very good chance that majority of the island is going to get infected. Majority of the island is going to get bitten. What's the bite? People are going to hop on the train of tigeraje, hustling, trying to focus on today and not tomorrow, right? ties in a little bit what Cortez said, like, hey, you were good, but this person wasn't ready. Why wasn't this person ready? Sometimes it's not even because the person didn't just naturally wasn't ready. It's a choice. People choose to not be good or to just try to take advantage of the best situation that's in front of them instead of enhancing that situation or doing their best to get that situation going. That's what happens when a zombie pocket breaks on an island. It's kind of like that. If you can't beat them, join them. And I've seen it in parts of the campo where it don't make sense, where a girl in the campo 1-bedroom house, when it rains, it sounds like you're hitting a brown paper bag, and she has an iPhone 13. Priorities. The influence is a lot of negative influence going on, where now it's like, all right, listen, I need to try to get mines today. I don't care about tomorrow. Another thing I have here on my notes, besides the reference, is that somebody in the panel, I forgot who it was, I'm sorry, mentioned the thing about nice guys, nice Americans over there. I think it may have been Cortez.
Yeah, I think so.
Nice Americans finished last there, right? Uncle Russell can attest to this. They will take an American man who has lived there, done what he can for that person and their family, to the Fiscalia for belongings before they will take Dominican national man. I've spoken to more in my time living in the Dominican Republic. I've spoken to more American men who have gone to the Fiscalia for belongings, items, than Dominican men. Why? Dominican men bring the fear of God to their women there. That's something American men don't do. Us as Americans, we're not hopping on a plane to go 5-finger slap a woman in another country. No. Dominican men will. There's a lot of shit that'll pass with us that won't pass with them. So it's easier for the American man to go to the court and fight in the Fiscalia for his furniture, because if you guys don't know, 6 months into living with somebody, they technically have a claim on half of your shit. I've done consultations and spoken to people on the side where they have had a girlfriend for a year, 2 years, got an apartment, and then all of a sudden, what happens? The apartment gets emptied out, or the girl calls the cops, be like, hey, listen, I don't want this gringo in my house anymore. This is my apartment. Even though the apartment's in his name, get him out of here. And that's where El Lobo's national comment come into place, because who are the Dominican police going to back up? Unless you rate a dish out 100,000 pesos, who are they going to listen to? The Dominican women. That's my note on nice Americans finishing last in the BR. I have a friend who talks to me literally almost every day, and he tells me about his experience with women. He's like, hey, listen, there's some good women, but they all chase the same thing. The guys of a relationship is stability, right? Why do and guys who get on the dating apps, or when they meet women and you ask them what they want, like, oh, I want a relationship, or it's in their bio, I want a serious relationship. You ask them truly, like you sit down with them in that country and you have a few presentations, you ask them truly, listen, what's a serious relationship to you? They'll tell you, it's just security. It's just financial security. It's just knowing that, okay, because this man has a title with me, I know I will have some type of help or income coming in. This is the mindset nowadays. This is the mindset that has flooded the population in the DR. So that's all the notes I have. But just like the tigueraje, Marcus, and I know
okay, I can respond to that if that was what you had. So you said that the tigueraje was taught in schools now.
It's basically like taught in schools.
Right. And so we got to make a distinction between speaking about American men and Dominican men. That would be like saying no Dominican man can find any good women either. You know, and like I said, I live in an area where there's nothing but families, you know what I mean, living like families. And we're not somewhere that will be considered, you know, extra special among the whole. We love it, you know, and it has that family environment, and we go places where there's a family environment. And so if they're teaching them that, then that would mean that they're doing that they're all doing that to each other. And when we say all, then it gets dangerous. And it's just like you said, one of the things that you said was there's more bad than good. Well, unless we in heaven, that seems to be the same thing everywhere, that there's more bad than good. You know, so again, you know, I go back to, you know, my original point, because I've heard a lot of the experience. Like I said, shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. I wouldn't, you know, I found out about Dre through him, and I found out about you through him, you know, listening to some of his stuff, you know, and I understand bad experiences, and I understand bad things that move through certain cultures. You know, Colombia is not heaven either. You know what I'm saying? Philippines is not heaven either. You know, so it still goes back to what I was saying, is that, you know, what are you choosing? Because if, you know, to think that the whole country, you know, is all bad, that's not realistic. You know what I mean? And you know, when we talk about what's going on in the US, we're talking about feminism leading the charge. Feminism is here, but feminism ain't leading the charge the same way it's leading in the US. You know, and also what I will say is, you know, because I used to hear him say the thing about Cardi B, you know, I'm not in my 20s, you know, so what the younger ladies are being taught, and what the youngest ladies are being influenced by, you know, I can say they're getting influenced, you know, about by feminism, the younger ones. But, you know, as far as like painting this picture, you know, you said zombie apocalypse. That's a little far, bro. You know what I'm saying? I understand the things that you're saying. I just happen to not, you know, not agree with them to that extent, because, like I said, you know, when it comes to Americans, we are seen as soft. But if you think that American men aren't seen a certain way all over the place, don't we go there and tend to do the things that their men aren't doing? Don't we tend to go there known as having a stronger dollar? You know, so, you know, there's different levels of influence, you know, bad influence that the US is having on certain countries. But as far as this, you know, we got to make a distinction between, you know, how American men are being treated in certain countries as far as the culture goes, you know, and American men being a little bit American. You know, like I was saying about, you know, the machismo, I understand about it. And I understand that if I was a soft dude, what would happen to me here? And it seems to me like the same thing, that if I was a soft dude in the US, now I don't know what it's like being a soft dude in Thailand, but that's like saying there's no women that'll take advantage of a dude. And I just don't think, I think that if there's no women that will take advantage of a dude in Thailand, that's possible, but is it really probable? I don't know. But as far as, you know, saying that they're all bad, I can't agree with that. You
See,
know, we choose we choose what we choose. I see I know about the cabanas, and I know about things being a little easy in the sex department. But as American brothers, we ain't going nowhere where sex ain't easier. You know, so that that's how I look at it. We need to choose better. I never hear brothers talk, you know, a lot of the brothers that I see saying that, they ain't, you know, yeah. And another thing I want to say about the laws, I do hear that. I've heard about that. I heard about brothers getting their things taken as far as the courts. I've heard about that. But I'm just speaking as far as brothers choosing the type of women we choosing. Haven't you noticed that brothers tend to choose women that are not on their level? They tend to choose women that are not. Men are burnt out on women in the States that are independent women, modern women, and modern women seems to represent women that are successful in their careers. So what do men do when they come to these countries? They get women that aren't successful in their careers. And what happens is women that aren't successful in their careers, a lot of times they go a lot lower than they should. Like there's not hood rats everywhere. Like there's not women who had to scratch to survive anywhere. And a lot of dudes are picking them. There are dudes picking women in these states that are educated because women, because brothers leave the states burnt out on women that are educated. And there's a price to pay with that. You know, there's a price to pay with getting women who aren't on your level, who don't understand you. You're getting women that you want to train, but, you know, you really training them? When they act a certain way, how you get a chick that don't have nothing, that had to scratch to survive and think she's going to be right?
So my point, when I said that between the bad, more bad than good, I didn't say all in my bad. I said, and like Black by Design said, there's more potential bad than good, right? If all the good women are taken, right, and we have to take into account the size of the country, right? You could drive from Puerto Plata to Punta Cana in 4.5 hours, maybe 4, depending how you drive. Countries like Colombia, Brazil, and Thailand, you have to take flights to different cities, right? So when I bring the zombie apocalypse terminology, I mean in terms of the space and the size of the country, right? If you can't beat them, you join them. And a lot of these stories don't get out because, you know, they're not YouTubers in that department, but it happens to some Dominican men too. And I agree with you 1,000%. And everybody should listen to what Margaret said about, listen, it all comes down to how you're choosing, right? But it takes special care these days on the how you're choosing, because how you're choosing could be chose for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and everything could be all hunky-dory. And then just boom, one day everything changes. When you think, all right, you crossed off your X's, you crossed off your O's, everything played out. Listen, it's a place where even the family could be in on these things, right? So now, besides watching out for the woman, you got to watch out for the mom, for the pops, for the aunt, for the uncle. These are extra things that you have to pay attention to. I have a friend in DR, like I could probably call him like my only best friend my whole time I've been there. He had an ex-wife that basically got him arrested for 3 days and had his passport taken away, all because he didn't want to be with her anymore, right? The power that's in their hands when it comes to being spiteful, mixed with the court system, and that small of a playground, it's more potential to be bad and screwed over now. Why? Because the good ones are gone, and the good ones that are left are harder to find. It's becoming a needle in a haystack type thing because of the influence, right? Everybody wants their buck for today. Everybody wants to get theirs for the day, get their own. They don't care about, when I say they, I mean, I'm speaking for the bad, right? Because we can come across more bad than good. They don't care if Stefano or Marcus gets off the plane, good intentions. They will approach you like, hey, listen, on the front, I'm all that you're looking for. I'm all that you need. But it could get down to literally a coin toss to where it's legit or it's a long game. Because some people there have come up screwed over the long game. And that's why I bring in that zombie apocalypse, because it's just like, because it's so small and the influence goes around fast and people talk, people talk. Everything gets around fast, right? Mixed in with the survival mentality, it's easier to do wrong there instead of doing good.
Stefano, what do you have to say, brother, in regards to what you just heard? Take your time.
Well, I think that there are a lot of bad people in the world. A lot of people have bad intentions. But there are also a fair share, a good amount of great, good people around too. Now, to piggyback off what Chapapa is saying, because of the size of the island, depending on the type of people that you decide to associate with, for one, if you go to these places, such as Dominican Republic, I think you first have to decide what type of people you want to be around. That way you can keep yourself away from a lot of the rigmarole, if that makes sense. I mean, I understand that you can easily fool a person for now, for the long game, or for some period of time. But everything after so long becomes like a wet piece of paper. You start to see right through it. And sometimes you have to take the blinders off. You know, after the honeymoon period is over, you know, what do you have in front of you? Do you want to continue on with this? It's a choice with some people. Some people just choose to want to go along with what's going on. And like another thing is, if I'm going to be dealing with somebody, like, what does this person have to lose? Why would I want to leave here and be complaining about the different types of women here that aren't no good, and then go to another place to deal with the same type of women? Like, what do they have going on for their life? What are they doing on a day-to-day basis? Like, be observant. Watch what's going on. See what they're doing. You probably can pick up on a few things and understand what's going on.
All right, good points. Really good points. I would say this for Andre, and then we're going to give our closing remarks.
Oh, what happened to you?
I got some camera issues right now. Give me a second.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. Okay, I took some notes. One of the things that we haven't discussed is that the women that are on another level in all countries, I'll say this again, what Chapapa described in regards to there's more bad or more challenges, or you have to work for it, in other words, that exists in every country. I don't know a country where you don't have to work for. See, I don't know where we got that mindset that we are going to go to another country that's Shangri-La. And I always use this example. Most guys go to the Philippines, Thailand, DR, Colombia, Brazil, so forth and so forth, as if it's Treasure Island in the story of Pinocchio. And we all know how in Treasure Island, how they ended up. All the kids ended up looking like jackasses. We swear that it's cotton candy and jujubes and rainbow Hershey's chocolates. We swear that when we get to, it's gonna be at the next country. It'll no. It wasn't at that, but the next country is gonna be, I don't have to work as much. No matter if you go to Thailand, Japan, you're gonna have to put in some form of honest work to get a good woman, just like we had to do in the States. And I think a lot of guys don't realize that because they think that there's more tradition in these other countries that we don't have to work for. So when it comes to these women, my first point is this, that very few men talk about. The women are worried too that you ain't. A lot of times, guys from the States, we play the long game too. We play like I ain't like the other ones.
Preach.
Just because she gave us fire head, or because we see that she got potential, knowing you ain't about to move to DR, knowing you ain't about to move to Colombia, but you do a few trips for a couple years, and she actually thinking that you gonna be down with her, but the whole time you was smashing somebody in the States, and you fell in love with her. You all in church on Sunday, meeting pastors in the States, and the woman in DR or Colombia don't know nothing about what you got going on behind the scenes when that video chat goes off. So let's remember, we ain't about the right all the time too, and she's putting up the quality women. I ain't talking about the women that if y'all line up y'all 90, I already know from the way most dudes talk, if you line up they 90, I'd be like, I don't mess with her. I don't mess with her. I might mess with her. I'll mess with her. I wouldn't dare mess with her. Why is she even in line? I don't mess with her. Most dudes that go to DR, I can tell because them same dudes come to Colombia and then they got the audacity. Stefano, they got the audacity to say, I want to do a double date dinner with you and Andrea. Ain't no way in heck if I don't double date with you. If I was single, I would want a woman like your woman around me. So if y'all think that me or Marcus or other brothers that's married to good women don't notice what y'all choosing, if y'all don't think we see that y'all choosing bottom feeders, y'all think we don't see y'all picking up rotten apples off the ground when y'all could at least picked up the low-hanging fruit, but y'all decided to pick up the apple off the ground? If y'all don't think we notice that, we do. And I'm gonna say it to your faces. We notice that y'all pick up ain't women, and then y'all want to always justify it by ain't no good. The good women made it to the elevator. And you don't know what, and you're right. We don't know what happens on the other side of the elevator. And I like that analogy. That was good. I could have used that one a few times. That was really good. I ain't gonna lie. He had me like, oh man, I ain't never thought about that one. Let me write that down. That's dope right there.
You don't see anything.
For real, that was a real good one. And so, but at the end of the day, we have to realize that the good women that have something to lose realize they're sacrificing too. And if you have a woman, let's put it like this. I ain't never had a woman in the States or another country that she would have to kick me out because of some rent. I ain't never had. If I was in DR, I don't F with women that would think about having to kick me out because of some rent. You see what I'm saying? I don't deal with women in the States on that level. And dudes like Marcus, we take our time because in the States, we ain't deal with that. And even if we did, it was a 1 to 2 time, event, and we learned from it and was like, this ain't gonna happen again. And so when we move to these other, if I was with Andrea, if I was in Romania, I promise you, I would find me an Andrea. If I was in Tibet, guaranteed, I'd be around about 50, 60 Andreas. Why? Quality women, gorgeous, on a whole nother level that most dudes don't even deal with or even take the because they don't pick from the tree. They pick up off the ground because it's easy. And so remember that these ladies, when it comes to us, they're sacrificing too, because there's a lot of us brothers that sell some false lies. So that's the first one. Second one is what I discovered when it comes to these countries that makes it so easy to be in a long distance relationship. These women already established discipline. And I'll tell you what I mean. Whether it was their education, whether it was how they took care of grandma when grandma was 6 for 5 years, whether it was whatever it is to save up to buy their first car, which most Dominicans haven't done, especially women, but she did it. These women that I mess with, they subconsciously don't know nothing but discipline. So when it comes to a long distance relationship, they like, listen, this is what I do. Discipline is what I do. This ain't nothing to me. But y'all deal with, no offense, y'all, a lot of dudes deal with women that ain't got nan bit of discipline. She's sexy than a man. She ain't even sexually disciplined. I know chicks that in DR that'll tell you, or chicks in Colombia that can tell you, I'm so disciplined, I ain't had no sex in about a good year and a half. Because I ain't trying to just have anybody run up in me. And I'm in South America, one of the sex countries in the world. And I just decided not to be. I don't need that dude in my life. I that's all right. There's some women that's our Andrea. Andrea said this. She said, I went to a retreat, a spiritual retreat. She said, I told them, she said, after I left, I told myself, the next man that I meet that's of true quality, I really believe that he'll have the potential to be my husband. 6 to 9 months later, that's when I met Andrea. Not just because of the universe, but because she disciplined herself for 6 to 9 months. Y'all deal with chicks can't discipline her damn self for 6 to 9 days, And you want to sit up there and then take your 90 that can't discipline themselves and say ain't no good ones. You dang right ain't no good ones, because the ones you dealing with ain't never learned the art of discipline. That's number 2. So first of all, I said have a woman that got something to lose because she worried just as much as you worried. Number 2, I said have a woman of discipline. The third one that I have from listening to what you guys had to say is you guys complain that ain't nothing to DR, but y'all will run y'all happy back to DR as if it's something that y'all can build from that y'all can shovel from that treasure, that island. Somebody gonna find the treasure. Somebody, the X on the map said right here, good women. I'm going back to DR and I'm gonna find me a damn good woman. Well, if DR is so bad, so raggedy, and y'all got all these complaints about the women, only the good ones made it to the elevator, and y'all left these with these damn zombies out here. Why y'all keep going back? Because I'm listening to the hundreds of complaints of these dudes that keep picking them same 90s that I'd be like, I wouldn't dare to mess with them 90s. The 90s that y'all just lined up. And yet y'all still go next flight after y'all went back to the States and complained on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok about how bad the women are, they're only good for this. Everybody's a sewer mentality. They learned it in school. Just go for what you got right now. But yet y'all still get back on the flights. You see where I'm going with that? Y'all don't pick
Ain't no shortage. Ain't no shortage of dudes catching them flights here.
And they worried about you being real as much as you worried about them being real. And y'all the last one that gets me is Andre, if it was really nobody left that was good in DR, and it's over 191 countries in the world, there is no way in hell you would catch me booking a flight back to DR. But the sex, I don't give a damn about the sex. I'm looking for a good woman. You dudes just looking for sex, I already know what y'all category is. It goes over there. I got you. I'm with you, brothers. Sex, that's what you want. Cool. I'm talking about us relationship dudes. If I'm looking for a relationship and DR is that bad, there is, and y'all keep saying in these videos, y'all looking for relationships. There is no way in here I'm going back to the place that I already know. Only the good ones made it to the elevator. I'm stuck out here soon. The plane lands, and I'm on the zombie apocalypse island. But I keep coming back. So y'all gotta ask yourselves: either you gotta stop taking your little happy to DR, the apocalypse, or realize these women, the good ones, are just as worried about us effing up and messing up their lives, the good ones, as we and playing that long game that Chopper Pop talked about, because we do that. We did it in the States. Girl, you know I love. We did it in high school. Girl, you know I love you. Let me get your. Come on, girl, just take your. Girl, I'm your boyfriend. Girl, let me be your first. Come. Oh, you got a girl. Did anybody tell you got a pretty pussy? Oh, this so. Oh, this so. You did it in high school. You played that long game. Don't act like us dudes ain't do the same thing. We crying.
Long game ain't nothing new.
Hey,
so these men realize it, because the dudes in DR lied about the same thing, because no matter where you go in the world, a man gonna lie to get that coochie. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, these women, the good ones, already know. Like Andre mama, we were sitting here a couple of days ago, and I was telling Andre, I said, I can't believe you and your mama thought of me like that. Soon as I was sending Andre photos, because we had met here, but I was sending some photos. After I went back to the States, I'm sending some photo of my life in the States. Let her see my life and how it goes. She see me, I show my convertible and my truck and everything. Andre and her mama say, he a player. He look like a player.
He look like a player. Yeah.
Now I realize now, looking back, like, yeah, you got a dude from America. He got a convertible. He got a big F-150 Ford, open Raider color, with the Harley Davidson wheels. I could look back and say, if I was a father, I would be like, he a player. So I can understand that between her and her mom. My point in saying that is, these women, and Andre, she said this. She said, I told my mom, something telling me, give him a chance. In other words, something telling me, be willing to take the sacrifice, even if it's for a couple weeks. Just see where this goes. See, Andrea, she said, something told me, Andrea, see where this goes. My point in this, nobody ever wants to talk about some of these women are like, listen, I built a life here. And if I sit back and I throw this real life away for a dude from the States, it's going to take me a couple years to recoup. We don't think about the women in DR that's really doing something. And like I said, I would love to see y'all top 90 that y'all smashed and other dudes smashed in DR. And I bet you at least 70 to 80 of them might be like, I don't fuck with that. What? This? What? Dog, for real? No, nasty, and you nasty. Get the hell up out of here. You really in that dress?
I got a question for you. I got a question, Dre, for the panel too, just to because I like when Chopper Pa was asking me a couple of questions about, you know, being out of the game, you know what I mean, how things may have changed. My question is it possible that over the last 10 years that more American dudes are flooding in here and our reputation has changed? Because I know for a fact that, and I do this no matter where I'm at, I got to show that I'm different. You know, I got to show myself to be different. I don't have to. That's just what I do. You know, it's what I do. But when you start getting a flood of American dudes in now from what the dudes used to be, because the culture here, you know, what's the chances that the culture has changed versus the amount of American dudes that have got here and changed their opinion of us to where now, you know, we look like tricks, you know, we look like dudes that's just coming, you know, for the weekend and coming to just, you know, make all these promises and all that, because it is a different caliber of dudes that was coming than when I came. You know, back in the days, it was a dudes who had a different level of money that were coming, and they were a different age range. I came here when I was 40 and I was the youngest. You see what I'm saying? So there is also something that we never address, which is our own image in these places, and why, you know, maybe overall the women have changed. We say they changed, but how about our image changing? You know, and that's my question is that a possibility?
It is a possibility. It's a big possibility, because here in the States now, there are so many men that just feel like they should just pay for it. So they take that same mentality to these other countries, and they do just that. That's why you got so many people that's going to Colombia, that go to Medellin, or they go to Sasua, just because they're going strictly for the purpose of pay for play, just so they can do that. I got friends that do it all the time, and I won't go out of town with them, just because I know that's what you're going to do when I get there. I'm going to have to bail on you if I go, so I might as well not go, right, or go by myself, because I don't want to be seen like I'm you, and I know I'm not on the same thing that you're on. So that's part of why our image has been kind of tarnished. But kind of like what you said, we have to go and pretty much prove and show that we are different when we hit the ground from day one. Because if you start to even show a glimpse of what they're used to seeing, they're going to automatically categorize you as one of them. That's something that, I mean, me personally, I'm not trying to do that.
Good point. We're gonna, before we go hear what Chops had to say, because we're about down to 10 minutes. We've been here like 4 hours, man. This has been a great conversation. Let's hear what Black by Design has to. I know, right? Black by Design has to say. We need more guys like y'all in these countries to put this information out. We need more married and committed relationships to get a perspective from men and women. I was actually thinking about that earlier when I was thinking about the worry or the fears or long distance relationship from the woman's perspective. I'm going to sit back and talk to Marcus about this, his wife and Andrea, with us doing a live stream in regards to hearing what the ladies have, because a lot of stuff I'm hearing from the guys is just assumption about the ladies' thoughts. But I want to hear what the ladies have to say from their side of long distance relationships. So we might do a live stream together. So I'm going to talk to Marcus in regards to that. He said, let guys know what's really going on. Correct. This is correct in regards to what we're saying. Now, Chop, I want to hear what you have to say in regards to some of the things we were speaking about.
Yeah, I agree with both Marcus and Stefano on that. And it goes back to what Marcus said about being able to control what's in your hands. And I don't want guys to get it twisted. It's not really going to be a group effort thing, because it's more individual. What can you control? Because best believe they're going to shoot their shot, right? You may get off the plane with the mentality like, listen, I'm not falling for this shit. I'm not going to let this happen. Doesn't mean that they're not going to shoot their shot. Mm-hmm. They're going to shoot their shot, but it's up to you to the Kimby Matumbo that out and be like, hey, listen, I'm not like any of those other dudes with passports that have come here or maybe live here before. It's going to go like this, go like that. Now, whether they're going to, stay and deal with it or leave because they're like, all right, you know what, this is going to be a waste of the long game. It comes down to that. So I agree with both guys. Definitely got to know what you want and stick to it. And don't let anybody change that. No woman should change your game plan unless she is the love of your life and she's adding to your plan instead of taking away from or changing it. She has to be enhancing it instead of changing. They're gonna shoot their shot regardless, in obvious ways and not so obvious ways. They're gonna shoot their shot, but it's all gonna come down to how you play your defense.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely correct. Homie says, I'm worried about the prejudge by other black men behavior. It's becoming the U.S. all over again. In certain areas, of the world, I have to agree with that. Certain areas of the world, it reminded you of the U.S. Fortunately, not everybody, and fortunately, not everyone. One of the things that I can say for me personally, and I'm going to let you guys give your closing statements, is I was fortunate enough to where there wasn't enough content creators to influence me. Maybe I was naive or stupid enough to believe that you could do a long distance relationship and love could be what it is if you find the one that was disciplined enough, coming from a good family. Like I say, always look at the family first, not the person, and coming from a good family. And not saying everybody's family is perfect, but also having that air of discipline, and at the same time that person having something to lose. I realized, I was like, if that equation was in place, I would have a higher percentage of success in a relationship, which quite obviously so far is worked out well. But I didn't have anybody to influence me. And I think what Chapapa is also saying to some of us, that if you try to do it now with so much influence, the social media impacting you, your boys impact you, so many dudes traveling right now impacting you, it'll be hard for you to kind of like ride that horse. Remember, I said think about it, guys, the only time I've ever been impacted by a YouTube video was when my closest friend put out a Western Union Poppy video. That's the only time I've ever been influenced. So just imagine these dudes that ain't our age, that's in the early 40s or mid 30s or mid 20s, and they get bombarded for the last 5-10 years with videos that's nothing but booty baiting. The women ain't this, and they're only good for that. And I think I was fortunate enough to come along like right before that influence, because if Ace could have easily influenced me, how much more some of these young guys can influence this bombardment of videos can influence other guys into either choosing the wrong person or not giving the right person a fair opportunity. But I want to give out closing. First of all, I want to start with Stefano. Hear what you have to say, your closing remarks in regards to, can long distance relationships work out eventually?
long distance relationships can work. You just have to put the work in for it to work. Nothing is easy in life. So if you want something to prevail for you, you have to do what it takes to make these things happen. You can't go half-ass at it, especially doing long distance. If you're gonna do something long distance, you gotta make sure your communication is on point. That means you have to know how to communicate, not the other person. You have to make sure everything that you are doing is up to par. Because if it isn't, then a lack of communication will destroy a whole lot of things, especially something that's thousands of miles away.
Good point. All right, Chop, let's see what you got to say, brother.
My closing statements are, you got all the notes you could possibly use on these YouTube channels, whether it's Love Crossing Borders or Market Shadow, the LPP, or TaylorMade Jeans or Chop Out TV. Listen, if you want to go to these countries and find a relationship, finding love is your goal, you got no excuse to fail.
Yeah.
If you fail, that's your ass. That's literally your ass. In the Army, they used to say, listen, you can't fuck up a wet dream. Don't do this. This is your wet dream to fuck up. Right? Stop sending money at Ola. Right? Don't be like, oh, she had me at Ola. I had to send $600 for that. Like, nah, stop it. Stop sending money. Stop leading with your wallet. Pay attention to YouTube. Do your consultations. Watch videos. No matter if they're a year old, 2 years old, because you don't know the gems that are dropping them. And talk to brothers and put the pride aside. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. There's nothing wrong with admitting you've been doing things the wrong way. It happens. We're human. We'll make mistakes. Just don't repeat them. Make sure you guys, check out the channel, all the content that I've had for my time living in the Dominican Republic. Don't forget, and I'll be the one to say here on Love Crossing Borders, I put Santiago, Dominican Republic, on the YouTube map. Yes, I did. Youngest expat in the Dominican Republic. You guys already know what it is.
Santiago.
I still have that title. Put Santiago on the map. Now it's in the hands of LPP down there in Santo Domingo. You guys want Colombia, y'all got Dre. You guys want Brazil, Chop Out TV in Brazil. Now listen, you got all the notes you need here to succeed, so ain't no reason why we should all be failing or falling for the dumb shit. And that's all I got.
Good point. I like that close. We're at that point we should not be falling for the dumb shit. All right, LPP, bring it to the wrap it up for us, brother.
Shout out to all the brothers on the panel, man. Stefano, we haven't met till now. Appreciate you, brother, and your insight. Chopper Pod TV, bruh. It's our first time talking, but I saw you, on YouTube, a while back. You know what I'm saying? And appreciate your insight as well, bro. And I'm glad we finally got to meet. I saw who you were and I saw who Dre was, through your uncle TaylorMade. So shout out to TaylorMade, because I wouldn't even be here. Indirectly through him, I wouldn't be here. Dre, thank you for having me on the panel, man. You always, give me, and I say us, as in me and my wife, the motivation, to keep on pushing. It's been an experience for us. People feeling us, it's one thing when you say I'm gonna do this, but then when you start seeing people actually feel you and what you're doing, it's it's very motivational and everything. We were talking about the long distance relationships. There's no way I could tell anyone that it's a maybe that you can make it. You can make it, but you got to go into it with your eyes open and you got to expect it to be work. You're the man. You got to choose wisely. And, if you're going to do a long distance relationship, it's got to be one of the wisest decisions you've made. And then behind the wisdom of making it, you have to have the discipline. You have to have what it takes to make it work. And she also has to as well. And that's where the work comes in and choosing, because it's not just you. You can't make the long distance relationship work. both of you guys have to make it work. I couldn't have done it by myself without my wife being down as well. But as a man, you know, I had to drive. You know, I had to steer this ship. You know, I had to tell her where we were going. You know, I had to show her where we were at times. You know, and you know, had to keep her confident in how the car was running. So, you know, it wasn't just, like I said, ride your passport into the sunset. So brothers can do it. It's a lot more information now. I didn't have no information on how to do this, but now that we've done it, you know, we here to share our experiences with everyone. And, you know, between all of us, we have a wealth of information. Like I said, Dre, we were talking about how back in the days we didn't have YouTube and all that, but we didn't have a distraction. But what we also didn't have was the amount of information that there is out there now, and we out here to give the information. And thank you everybody for checking me out. And I saw some subscribers when you were telling brothers to subscribe, Dre. Thank you all for the subs. I'm gonna cut it short, but look for me and my wife to be putting out this information. Thank you all.
All right. And all right, guys. You know me. Hey, we're gonna wrap this up. We've been here 4 hours, 31 minutes. But this has been an excellent panel, excellent topic. I've been wanting to hit this topic for a few years in regards to long distance relationship. I'm glad we got a chance to have these guys on the panel. We got Stefano in the building, who's always supportive, always encouraging. I'm so glad to get him on and actually hear his voice and his perspective of some of the topics that he's always hearing us talking about. Also, we got Chapel Pie. Come on now, this man is Mr. International himself at such a young age. Amazing thing. I was actually looking for my Chapel Pie hat in here too while I was looking around. I was like, what's my? It's one of my hat bins right here. But also we got the man, Mr. LPP, right here, Mr. Love, Purpose, and Passports in the building. I mean, pursuit. Did I say purpose? Did I say purpose? I said it right.
You got it right. You got it right. You got to let your lip bounce. It's got to be love, purpose, and passport.
Love, purpose, and passports. I'm gonna get to that point. Believe you me, you're gonna be able to show enough time, so I got it. And so at the end of the day, guys, if you desire to be in a long distance relationship with the right one, and this is very important. She has to have something that if it didn't work out with you guys, it will be a major loss. I'm not talking about some poor chicks that ain't doing nothing, that if you ain't paying the bills no more, then that's a major loss. No, I'm talking about a woman that's like, listen, if I put 4 years or 3 years into this man's life with my family, see, I forget about this. Let me put myself up here. Sometimes we forget. These ladies, their families are laughing at them. I'm gonna say that again. Their friends, girl, what? Girl, you know, so your ex-boyfriend called the other day. He wanted to get back with you. Everybody's talking about them about why you don't get back with your ex down. He live here on this island. She got to deal with that ridicule. Her co-workers. What you do for Valentine's Day? Girl, you know, I just chill, talk to my boyfriend in the States. You got a boyfriend in the States. How much money he sends you? She got to hear those stereotypes. She got to go through all that hell, hoping, praying when she get home at night that you are who you say you are when it came to you know, your subconscious signing of the contract of we gonna do this thing. There are times where me and Andrea on the other end of a video chat, and I know she got I'm gonna tell you something for real, and some of you guys can attest to this. One of the reasons Andrea got jealous friends and jealous people in her life, because they were the same ones that talked about her so bad behind her back, and it worked out. And now them heifers wished A, they didn't say what they said, or B, they have what Andrea have. How'd you do it, girl? How'd you do it? So don't think that my point in all what I'm saying in my closing, don't think that you're the only one that's making some sacrifices when you got a good one, because there are women that's laughing at your woman right now in her home country that don't believe that you worth. and that she wasted her time. And that's the sacrifice that she making. So we're going to wrap this up, guys. But I just want you guys that's in long distance relationship to be encouraged, especially if it's working good. Dang what somebody else got to say about it. Because if she ain't listening to what everybody else got to say about it and she's staying focused, why don't you do the exact same thing? My name is Andre of Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. We got the panel in the building, my boys. Appreciate you guys in the chat. And I'm telling you, it's going to all work out for us once it, hey, like I always say, you'll be all right once the swelling go down. I'm up out of here.
All right. Peace, everybody.